In our council work session. Today, okay, where are we at? We are going to go to item 1, which is informational updates from the administration. Today is a work session only, so there's no public comment. We have from the mayor's office, Andrew Johnston, Katie Schnell. Anybody else planning to provide updates? All right.
So, yeah, we're going to say yes.
Yes, okay. See Weston walking in?
No.
No. Go ahead.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay? Okay, great. I'm Katie Schnell. I am an executive assistant for Weston and Jennifer Newell in the mayor's office, here to give some updates from the community outreach team. As a reminder, here's our webpage for residents to go to and engage with the city. That's on the next slide. Sorry. Yes, that's the link. And then on the next slide, we have our first update comes from Public Lands. The Park, Trails, and Open Space General Obligation Bond, generously passed by the community in November 2022, has led to these 3 engagements from our Public Lands team. Topher and Richmond Park are Salt Lake City neighborhood parks located in District 4 in the heart of downtown. The vision and desired usage of the park will be guided by the input collected through community engagement. Phase 1 of that engagement is open now, and the survey is available through the feedback page. Steenblick Park in District 1 will also be reimagined to better reflect the neighborhood needs and desires, and may include replacement of failing assets like the playground and adding unique elements to the park. Phase 1 for this engagement is also available through the feedback page. And finally, Donner Trail Park, which is a 14.27 acre park in the East Bench neighborhood of District 6, is looking for community input on its future as well. This survey will open on May 17th and is also available on the feedback page. We'll go to the next slide. And these are our outreach team's remaining office hours for the month of May. We encourage the public to come and engage with us at these locations at these times. These are also listed on our community outreach website on the mayor's website.
Which Jollies is that? Isn't there 2?
What was that?
There are 2 Jollies. Do you know which one that's at?
I believe that one is, I'm actually not sure. But I can find out and I can get back to you. And then our next slide, we have spring and summer events that are taking shape. So we'll start highlighting events here and sharing information on them over the course of the summer for everyone. As a reminder, we are not necessarily the organizers or planners for all of these events, and this is for informational purposes only. It's not an all-inclusive list, but it's primarily a collection of city-sponsored, ACE-funded events and publicly permitted events. We encourage residents to always double-check info on events they may want to attend, as things often do change. A couple of quick highlights we want to point out. The Mayor's Bike to Work Day is this Thursday, May 11th. And then this weekend at Tracy Aviary, we also have the Urban Bird Festival, which is an ACE-funded event. And then next week, the Living Traditions Festival is coming up. That'll be May 19th through the 23rd, right here at Washington Square Park. We're looking forward to a lot of exciting events taking place in our community. So that is it from us, and I will pass it to Andrew.
Thank you. A little better there. Next slide, please. We had the closure of the winter overflow in the last 2 weeks, and so you can see the resource center occupancy is quite high, 99%. No encampment impact mitigation work this week. There are 2 done last week, focusing on Folsom Trail and Jordan River Corridor, but still a lot of camps, slight increase from previous weeks. You'll see the resource fair there listed for the this Friday at Library Square, which I think was in a previous slide as well. And then the Topher Park block party is Saturday. That overlaps. I think they're doing the office hours at that event as well. So just here downtown. That is actually done by the Central City Community Council with help by the Homeless Engagement and Resource and Homeless Engagement and blocking it on their name, the Heart Team. Say that. And next kayak court is on the 19th, likely on bicycles along the Jordan River. That's the update, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Ashley. Or Katie. Is that everything for today from the mayor's office?
Believe so.
Take that as a yes. Thank you. We're moving on to item 2. Items 2 and 3 are similar. They are both budget overviews. Thank you to the mayor for presenting the recommended budget to us last week. The first overview will be by the administration, I believe led by Mary Beth Thompson, our Chief Financial Officer, along with Lisa Hunt, Deputy Chief Financial Officer. And then the second budget overview will be the council staff overview by Jennifer Bruno, Council Deputy Director, and Mary Beth Thompson will be available for questions. But we'll start with the administration's overview. Lisa, are you giving us an introduction? Or Mary Beth?
I'm going to start us off. Mary Beth, as always, and her team have all the really great information, but I'm going to do a brief introduction. If I can get my computer started. Thank you so much. I appreciate spending some time with you today. So pleased to briefly introduce the mayor's balanced budget recommendations for fiscal year 24. I want to thank you in advance for your time and attention, because I know that over the next few weeks you all are going to be receiving a lot of information. And we know that it can be overwhelming during this time. So I wanted to briefly introduce some changes that we, and by we I mean every city department, has made in an effort to present this information to you in the most informative, efficient, and effective manner possible. So this year we are introducing a common presentation template. You guys already saw a little preview of this. Thanks for smiling at me, I appreciate it. You saw a little preview of this when you received the airport, library, and public utilities budgets, and you've seen a little bit of this with the RDA as well. Represented in the graphic here is every city department. Everything that we do is represented here graphically. And I wanted to say that each city function will have their own unique icon. So you'll be able to follow along throughout the budget presentations with those icons. Again, we're just trying to deliver relevant budget information in the most efficient and effective way possible. This is the 4th balanced budget that Mayor Mendenhall has presented to you for your consideration, and each of these previous fiscal years has presented unique challenges that we knew would require some strategic planning and thoughtful stewardship. That's why Mayor Mendenhall supported a whole city approach by convening a budget committee staffed with key members of the administration. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is the unique icon slide. Sorry, I forgot to say next slide. Next slide, please. So included in this year's budget committee, we have Deb Alexander, Aaron Bentley, Laura Briefer, Rachel Otto, myself, Blake Thomas, and of course, Mary Beth Thompson. We couldn't do any of this without her and her staff. Her staff also attended every single budget meeting that we had. So, and I'll allow her in a minute to introduce her staff who have been instrumental in this. And I just wanted to say thank you so much. By bringing together these diverse perspectives into the budget decision-making process, we've foundationally improved the budget process. And the best news is we're going to continue to do this, and it will continue to get better and better. And finally, I just wanted to say, next slide, for the past couple of budgets that we've presented, we've incorporated a scoring matrix for each insight that will be presented by the departments. Mary Beth has provided a cheat sheet for each of you in your budget packets. So the definitions for each of the areas outlined in this budget decision-making matrix are included in that packet. So as you are presented with budget information, and you'll see some of these scores that are presented by the department directors, you'll be able to follow along with their scoring matrix. And so with that brief introduction, I just wanted to say thank you again for your time and attention. Really appreciate helping. I appreciated the conversations I had with Councilmember Petro early on to sort of help us improve the process. And I've been having conversations with each of you about what it is that you would like to see. You will notice in the budget decision-making matrix, we have included council priorities as one of the decision-making points. So thank you so much for coordinating with us, communicating with us, and helping to make this budget as strong as possible. And with that, take it away, Mary Beth.
Good afternoon, Council. So I would like to just give a quick introduction. Lisa Hunt, she is Deputy Chief Financial Officer. So as you can see, John Vike isn't here. John Vike took a position as a finance director with Draper City.
Boo. I was talking to Draper about this, and they were like, oh, yeah, we just got someone from Salt Lake, John and Mike. And I was like, oh, that's great. That's so great for you. They need the help.
So with John's absence left a great hole, and I would like to thank my staff, Randy Hillier, Sandy Moore, and Lisa, for helping us step in and fill that hole. So thanks to all of them. I'm going to turn it over first to Lisa. She's going to go through the revenues, then I will go through the expenditures.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Mary Beth.
Thanks. Good afternoon, you guys. Yeah, so I just wanted to give a quick revenue update current year. It was on the agenda, so I just wanted to give just a quick one. I know you've seen our projections during the budget amendments, but just an update. We are seeing a positive revenue variance in FY23 of about $21 million, up from the last projection you received. Again, that's mostly sales tax and interest with a slight offset from the building permits, which we're seeing a slight decline in. And those trends you'll see continue into this budget. So the next slide, please. So this slide it shows the entire city budget of $1.8 billion. That includes all departments. So just wanted to highlight that for you. And the chart shows sort of that breakdown of where those sectors are coming from. So between general fund and the airport, that's the biggest portions of that budget. And to the next slide. So just to run down the revenues for you. Let's see. So this is the general fund budget. It's what are we at? $444 million. That's $22 million increase from the prior year. The biggest portions of this, and I have highlighted those in bullets on the next slide, but if you want to stay here for a second, we can just walk through them. But the biggest portions of those are going to be sales tax, about a $9 million increase in our general 1% sales tax, and a $4.7 million increase in the Funding Our Future sales tax. There's also some increase in property tax. A portion of it is new growth, and the rest of that is due to the inland port increment that we're now getting back. There's a slight increase in franchise taxes as well. Franchise taxes includes taxes that are placed on our water rates, so their increases are also increasing our franchise tax there. Interest rates are also are increasing, and so our interest income is seeing quite an increase there of about 5.9 million. The other notable increase is in our transfers. That amount is the removal of one-time transfers, and it's also the removal of the ARPA funding that we've been receiving for the last few years.
And is this a good time to, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Councilmember Dugan, go ahead.
Could you kind of walk us through the interest income, how that is projected in the future, and conservative? I assume it's probably a conservative number going into the future for the 24 budget.
We're actually projecting it in this budget based on our current trend. We can't really predict how long that's going to last, but it is based on the current rates that we're receiving through our invested
So we're kind of assuming that interest rates are going to stay at where they are now for the
year.
the year, and that that trend will just maintain that.
Correct. Yeah, and we watch that very closely.
Yeah, so I think we spoke a little bit about this in BA6.
Right.
Those investments, we have some long-term investments and short-term investments. The longer-term investments, which are majority are treasury bonds, conservative type, those long-term investments will continue at a higher interest rates, and the short-term investments will fluctuate based on interest rates. So, but we watch that very, very closely. And then we also have a lot in the state pool.
And then on the offsetting side of the house is the permitting, and we're basically saying the permitting are going to stay at that same trend line, because I know that's like the offsetting $1.5 million or something like that, 1.7 million.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You can skip to the next slide, please. And that actually is just the bullet points of what I just went over for you guys. And then the next slide. This is just a graphic history of our property tax revenues. You can see the slight increase in the budget and the projection based on last year's increase. And then this year, it's just slightly higher because of our new growth number. Next slide. And then every year, we like to show you this graph of the GIS values by council district, so you can see the difference, the increases there, and the difference between commercial and residential property. The next slide, if you would, is the commercial. I'm sorry, the residential.
What's that? Your district, yeah. And number 2.
Questions on that?
Could you go back to the last slide?
Oh, commercial. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Is that what you wanted? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Inland Port. No, that's District 1.
Okay to move on? Okay. The next slide, please. Okay, and then the next one. There we go. So this slide just is a graphical history of our sales tax revenue. This is just the 1% sales tax, does not include the Funding Our Future portion, but you can see the healthy increase that we're seeing in that area. And if you move to the next slide, this shows where those sales tax are coming from. The biggest portion of that is, of course, from retail trade, some wholesale trade, and then our accommodation and food services rounds that out. Any questions on that?
I just want to go sorry, back to historic side of the house. Have these seen a rebound back to pre-2020 days as far as some of the sales tax receipts? I mean, maybe the accommodation side of the house as far
Yes. Yeah, we are definitely seeing that. I mean, the retail trade is higher than it was back then, right? But we are definitely seeing a rebound in that area.
on the accommodations and the food sales.
Keeper tax?
Mhm.
Are you talking about innkeeper fees?
Yeah, and also just sales tax on those, I guess, hotels and restaurants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're also seeing that rebound in our innkeeper's tax as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I have a question. This is just because I didn't realize this, but we get sales tax on wholesale purchases? Because I thought those were exempt from sales tax by...
Not all of them.
Interesting. Okay. But Costco's really a retailer, right?
Probably.
Okay, never mind. Let's move on.
We can't name names.
So I'm going to take over the expenses. Next slide, please. So this is the total expenses for the entire city. You see that public utilities and airport are the two largest, with general fund being the second. It's at $1.8 billion. Last year it was at $1.5 billion. A lot of this comes from bonding for both airport and public utilities. Next slide, please. The next slide, this is our major expenses and personnel expenses. So it's the annualization of the partially funded positions that we funded last year, or you funded last year, the annualization of the NFP adjustments, a base-to-base change of $4 million, pension decrease of $1.2 million. This decrease is based on Tier 2 non-represented. The rate went down a little bit. Insurance changes at 2.9%. Merit changes, which are for represented employees, that is included in here. And then a 5% salary proposal. And then CCA salary adjustments, totaling $27,134,000. Next slide, please. Expense major changes in the general fund. We have contractual changes and inflationary changes of $3 million, salary increases of 10, CCAC salary adjustments of $391,000, annualization of partially funded positions at $1.4 million, insurance at $785,000, expanded citywide events for $219,000, the tenant relocation and the tenant resource centers totaling about $220,000. Planning for a 15-minute city, $100,000. Salary adjustments for prosecutors at $200,000. IMS transfer of $3.7 million. The life savings account at $500,000. Transit key routes at $400,000 additional, and transit on demand at $1.1 million. Next slide.
Can you explain the change in the IMS transfer?
So IMS is an internal service fund.
Right.
So it is allocated across all departments. So this transfer includes FTEs and a lot of inflationary and contractual. Their software has gone through the roof. So that is high for them.
So it's $3.8 million more than previous year, and that will be split between every
This
department.
3.7 is only general funds only.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. Here's funding our future major changes. So Advantage Services is an increase of $598,000. There'll be 4 FTEs for Community Health Access Team Enhancement. Civil Response at 4 FTEs in the Police Department at $200,000. Park Maintenance at $1.2 million. This is the FTEs at 11.5 FTEs. This is the $2 million that was in CIP last year that is coming back to the general fund. The vehicles at $900,000, a majority of those vehicles also are for parks that are coming back to the general fund as well for this year. Transit key routes at $400,000 and transit on demand at $1.1 million.
Those So this was underneath the general fund and the fund in our future, the last two. Key-
Yes, this is funding our future.
Yeah, yeah.
The next slide, please. So this is the general fund expenses by department. You can see that the average is about 4.46%, with non-departmental being a negative 4.7%. And that's because of one-time funding that we didn't expend for this next fiscal year. And I would like to call Andrew Johnston up to do homeless. So this year is the first year that the administration presented a program-based budget for homelessness in its entirety. So they came to the budget committee as a group and presented their entire budget. And so we are presenting their entire budget to you. They will also be presented in the departments, but we're presenting it holistically as a program for the first time to the council.
Next slide, please. Thanks, Mary Beth. What you're going to see coming up is a first slide over all the different departments and their budget pieces to it, and then I might have to skip a couple slides because there's some updates that weren't included here on that. But we'll talk about some outcomes and then how it fits into the overall plan that we have with our partners, okay? So you're seeing now is on the right-hand side, that table has the different departments in the city, the FY23 budget, FY24 requests, of which there are 3 listed there, I believe. And then the total budget for everything touching homelessness that we're aware of in the city. Now, this does not include housing, obviously, but we can talk through those as each of them come up throughout the budget processes here. So you'll see this again in each of those departments, okay? Highlights there, the HAND team at the top, Community Neighborhoods. That's really the homeless engagement and response team. You'll see there's percentages of different positions as well. You'll see Advantage Services for the cleaning, which was brought up a second ago, an increase. They'll talk more about that, but essentially there is an allocation for FY23. The addition sort of reflects the real-time cost that has been seen this year in trying to clean. So that's a more accurate number than we've seen in the past. United Services would be porta potties. The downtown ambassadors to continue that in the multiple areas across the city we've seen. Emergency shelters. You can see that we have allocation year over year over some weekend center operations to increase the time that those are open to the evenings. The winter motel vouchers and case management, which is used by the outreach teams, which we also have a contract for. And then St. Vinny's overflow for winter, and the VOA detox beds, which is more of an access piece for the city services like police department and the outreach teams to ensure they get access into those beds. You'll see percentages done about some other departments. So the fire, the chat team will be essentially doubled in size for more comprehensive coverage. And then emergency response is the general response based on our what we've seen last year in calls for service, essentially, that are quoted as homelessness related, okay? If you get to the Justice Court, you can see that that is a lot of work for the kayak court and homeless court, as well as the resource fairs. They're a big part of those fairs throughout the year. Police, social worker outreach, as you can see. A percentage of the victim advocate outreach is allocated towards homelessness-related things. So that's not their total budget. That's our portion of that that's used for that population. And then the overflow shelter overtime. I believe this is probably outdated as well. We have another piece in here we'd have to update. The emergency response is for the police department, and those are homelessness-related calls for service throughout the city. Public lands and public services are also no increases this year. And we'll get you some updates as you go through to the different departments. On the left, you'll see the State Homelessness Cities Mitigation Fund in that box. That is not part of this budget. It is a separate revenue grant from the state that will come in, and it'll be a budget amendment. We wanted to include that here so you're aware that it is part of our thinking through this year, but it's not part of this base budget, if that makes sense.
I also wanted to note that the summation on this slide doesn't total correctly, it doesn't foot correctly, but we will get you an updated slide on that footing as well.
Yeah. For that Homelessness Cities Mitigation Fund, we know that a portion of it will be for the police units at the resource centers. We should have some more revenue. We'll be talking through that about what to use that for specific services as well. We're going to go to slide 23, if we could. That's 2 slides forward. And another one. And a third. There you go. The first two, I want to talk about some outcomes and metrics. I know the council's asked a lot about that over the last year to 2 years. On the top left corner in the gray box and the bottom right in gray box, those are city-specific outcomes that we are tracking and working on, okay? The Bloomberg Project Homelessness Dashboard, that was something that's come out of our work with Bloomberg Harvard, and it is about tracking homelessness-related services in the city and costs, as well as services overall, and what we're trying to get to as a goal. There are 2 things that we skipped over here because I think the first 2 slides probably need to be updated, but one of them is total number of camps in the city. That's a new metric that's not really tracked anywhere that I'm aware of in the state. And so we've had to define that metric. We've had to figure out how do you collect that information, how do you filter through it so it's as accurate as we can find, and then how do you use that correctly, okay? It's not as easy as it might seem, but we are tracking total number of camps to our knowledge through mobile app requests, through call-ins, through our own outreach efforts and police and fire and seeing things to know where they are, mapping-wise, and then how are we doing in trying to decrease that number, okay? You'll also see the number of camps cleaned. For the cleaning services that we're presenting in here, what's the volume? And also how quickly we're getting to those as well. It's an important piece. On the top left, you'll see in the Bloomberg stuff, police and fire calls for service. That's also citywide, but we can also track it based on half block from each of the resource centers or other places of interest in the city. We can see the mobile app requests for service. One of the assumptions is as we have fewer folks camping outside, we'll have fewer requests for service for them through the mobile app. The mapping I mentioned earlier is an important piece of this, and we can do that. And then city expenditures by department and program. Now, one of the caveats to that is to say we're not saying necessarily that as we decrease camps that all expenses will go down. Some are fixed costs and some are not. But we do want to track that very specifically to show an impact on the city budget as we do better at this as a community as a whole. On the bottom right, you'll see the cleaning stuff. So that's heart tracked. The single clean, work days to accomplish the clean, that's averaging 2.78 right now by their estimates. They like to decrease that with increased resources. And then also the bio cleans, which I think Councilmember Valdemarsh, you've talked a lot about in various settings. That's a much lower 1.5 days, work days to be accomplished. Again, trying to decrease that response time. The blue boxes are things that are outside of our city, but do impact us dramatically. Top right is the Salt Lake County Emergency Shelters through the Homeless Management Information System. We've talked about that before, but this is important because that's where our biggest data comes from in our efforts here. And you can see you wanted to make it rare, brief, and non-reoccurring, and then retaining permanent housing for folks. And we can keep updating the council on those things as we go through the year. And then the bottom left is the 5-year state homelessness strategic plan. That's statewide, but we know in this county we have the bulk of the services and the needs, and in this city as well. And so this will be important for us to talk through about how the state metrics goals will impact us and how we can work with them through some combined efforts.
What is retained permanent housing? That's the number of individuals that have been housed, or like units that stay?
Those are people in the resource centers who move from there into permanent housing, who stay in permanent housing for up to 2 years. So it's a metric of how successful that transition is.
I see.
If we have a high number of folks who go in and leave again, there's something wrong, right? But that's a good number to have there. If you go to the non-reoccurring, that's number of folks who come to a resource center for services and leave and come back within 2 years. So you can see 70% don't. And we've talked about that before, that the system itself actually functions okay for a lot of folks, but we have a lot of attention on the small number of folks who do come back in multiple times or end up sort of in and out on the street.
Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, just kind of following up on that question. You know, it's great to have a percentage, but sometimes when those percentages can be really offset if you just don't have the hard numbers. So do we have how many of that non-recurring, what's that 70% equate to? Is it 100 people or 1,000 people? And the same thing, retain permanent housing. So 90%, 96%. So that number it takes you two years to get that. I mean, because you have to be 2 years in permanent housing? Is that how that number's figured out?
No, so that number is based on 6 months, 1 year, and 2 years in increments, right? And generally, we see that there's a smaller number of folks who return in 6 months, slightly larger who return in a year, slightly larger who return in 2 years. We can get all those numbers for you. This is sort of a starting point for you to know that we are taking the metrics seriously and the outcomes for the investment the city's putting forward.
Great. I love this, and I think are we going to have during our budget cycle go into more details on this?
I'm sure that each of the departments will have their specific pieces of this to talk through with you.
Okay.
And then we can have specific briefings or other updates of things that you're interested in knowing as we go through the.
Beautiful. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Andrew. I think we would love to see the numbers if
Sure. We can do that.
I'd like to. We said reduce new homelessness.
Mhm.
Are we counting that as new people that we're meeting at a certain point in time? Or is it interventions that we're doing to prevent people from losing housing? How are we qualifying that one?
That's really a prevention metric. So how many new folks are coming into the homelessness system statewide? So if you can decrease that number, it means something good is happening in diversion up front, in the housing market, in say eviction, those kind of things, before they end up in the system as it's currently set up.
So it's counted by a decrease in the number of new people interacting
Yes.
with the system, not the other way.
Yep.
And then I noticed on the previous slide when we were talking, the amount we have allocated for cleaning up camps is nearly comparable to our social worker outreach.
Mhm.
And while there, some costs are fixed, we know just from studies that what we're doing currently isn't an efficient way to deal with it monetarily. How close are we with the state? Has there been movement with the state on those other solutions that might provide something more predictable for us?
Yeah, actually, let's go to the next slide if we could. I'll talk through that in the context
Thank
of this
you.
might be helpful. What you see on the screen is a simplified version of a system, okay? On the left-hand side, you'll see that orange triangle with unshelteredness on the bottom left, police, jail, law enforcement on the left, and then courts at the top. On the right is a green triangle with resource centers or emergency services, housing, and then at the top is treatment and / services. That's both supportive services like mental health, substance use, disability services, also detox, whatever it is, case management, all those kind of things. Next slide. What you see on the right is if you're getting to solutions, you're probably in the green area. If you can't get to solutions, you're probably hanging out in the orange area a lot. What's unfortunate for the city, or fortunate depending on look at it, is a lot of our areas of response and our responsibilities lie in that orange area because we deal with streets, public safety, cleaning, all those kind of issues, right? So you can see the budget reflects areas here like homeless court, kayak court. What's good about what the city's done so far is trying to take what we have to do in a lot of ways for our citizens and our businesses and quality of life here and trying to direct them both the immediate need and also moving towards that green area. So homeless court and kayak court are clearly made that we have to do that law piece, but they're based on getting out to folks to help them move to the right, to the green area. Police department, fire department, emergency dispatch, those have taken up a large part of our the homelessness sort of funding for a lot of years, a couple of years now. A lot of that is based on the chat team and social workers as well, trying to move folks from that area to treatment services, housing, emergency shelters. You'll see on the bottom left the parks, which is helping the parks stay safe and closing bathrooms at night, those kind of things. Parking enforcement, rapid intervention team, homeless engagement team, the VOA outreach teams. Those are engaging with folks, and what we've tried to do is all those programs have engagement in a positive way first to help them get into services, but also do that public safety cleaning piece. In the middle, you'll see some things that are funded or proposed to be funded in the budget that are really dedicated towards getting folks over to the right. VOA detox beds, that is holding, reserving essentially 2 beds a day, and making sure that there's always a bed available for the police outreach teams to get somebody directly in there, because when you're working with folks who are dealing with substance use or mental health issues, you don't know when the right time is, so you got to have that bed available. And then you'll see Wiegand Center, Vinnie's, and then the outreach housing bridge model rooms. That's something that the city funds specifically for the outreach teams to use for folks who are unsheltered who have a housing voucher. And it's much easier for them to get into a motel room and stay in the motel room while they're going through that housing search for their apartment, working with the housing locator, their case manager, doing paperwork, all that. That's clearly meant to get folks over to that green area and the housing piece. The other piece that's not in this budget is the housing expenditures and investments the city's made over the last 2 years. And I think the mayor's proposing about 10 million this year, but 26 million last year minimum. Clearly, the city's trying to do the housing solutions on this piece. One more slide, please. This looks a little unbalanced until we get to the next slide.
Andrew?
Yes.
On that affordable housing, is that all levels of affordability, or is this for permanent supportive housing?
That's all
This is
levels of
okay,
affordability.
thanks.
A piece of that is specific to permanent supportive housing, for instance. What we're seeing, though, in the housing market is the whole housing market needs additional support. And if we can't get additional support at the upper echelons, everything gets moved down into that lower stuff. The balance comes with ensuring that our efforts have been through trying to make sure we have healthy relationships with the county and the state. Because they're going to do a lot of the stuff in the green area that we need for solutions. So Salt Lake County with the Miami model for mental health treatment, sequential intercept, things we've been talking about for a little bit, the Crisis Receiving Center, which is currently being built, and the current beds are being expanded, and then expanded treatment options in general because you need a place for folks to get to almost immediately. And the bottom right, the State Office of Homelessness Services, I think Councilmember Petro, to your point earlier, in the last 2 legislative sessions, we have seen an increase in their funding, both for housing, deeply affordable housing, 100 million plus, ongoing housing grants, which is new, that's not one-time money, shelter operations money, which went up by 12 million this year, and we probably need more, and then additional shelter beds in the meantime right now. More low barrier options, we've talked about that a little bit here, as well as the winter overflow and those kind of needs. So our strategy has been to try and make sure we're dealing with what we have in the city to make quality of life issues and get folks moving from there into the healthy green area, but also encouraging and working with all of our partners so they do their part, hopefully in much larger quantities than we can do to get this balance to the system. That is the end of the presentation, Mr. Chair.
Council members, any questions on that?
No, love it. Appreciate that. But Mary Beth, you said you had some slides that were going to get updated.
Yes,
Could we get a copy of these?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, when they get updated.
I do
Appreciate
really.
it.
Oh, sorry.
It's great.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do really appreciate the way that this was presented this year. It's interesting to see everything all put together. I assume a lot of these are things that we will see again in department budgets, right?
You will, I assume you'll see
All of them?
all of them again
Okay.
in department budgets. This is just a way to put them into context, so when you see them individually in each of those departments, it makes more sense, hopefully.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I really liked your triangles and the outlay that you did for the home side of the house. That's nice picture. Thank you.
Councilmember Petro?
I saw the increase to the chat. When that comes up, if we could be provided either in advance or as part of the presentation with what's unique about their mission, what their success looked like, and how closely they got to it, that would be really helpful for me in deliberations.
Okay, that was a question for a later answer, right? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to item number 3, which is our council staff overview of the budget. Oh, yep, we have a quick bathroom break requested. Let's do 3 minutes. with us, who is our Deputy Director of the Council Office and the Budget Specialist, Queen, I don't know. What
Sure.
do you? She is going to present to us the Council staff's overview of the Mayor's 2023-2024 recommended budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But first, before I started, I just wanted to acknowledge the small army of brilliant minds that help analyze this tons of information. So you'll be seeing us throughout the next month and weeks. So Hua, Ben Ludke, Allison Rowland, Sylvia Richards, Sam Owen, and Kira Luke have all contributed greatly to this overview presentation, but also just throughout the next month, they'll be contributing. And then also a huge thank you to Mary Beth and her staff and all the department heads for their just continued responsiveness as we try to get clarification for this fire hose of information so that hopefully we can make it make sense for you. So that's our
Thank
goal.
you, everyone involved in this.
Next slide, please. So the reason we started doing a separate overview presentation from the council staff perspective is because the council has a slightly different role as it relates to the budget than the administration, although in actuality it kind of goes in line a little bit with the administration's budget committee that they convened this year. But what our staff always looks at and tries to communicate for you is anything in the budget that addresses previously discussed policy goals of the council. Anything in the budget that furthers the overarching commitment to social equity, that's been emphasized especially in the last few years at a number of department levels. The extent to which the proposed budget meets the needs of the community and the service level needs of the community, and any impacts that decisions made this year will have on future years, mostly so that future bosses understand when current bosses make decisions. Any potential unintended consequences that may result from budget decisions, and how these decisions align with the goal of government to be efficient and transparent for the taxpayers. So that's sort of general guiding principles of what we see as the council budget role. And obviously we rely on your feedback throughout the process to tell us if your policy goals change or you have different interests in mind. So next slide, please. Sorry, Mr. Chair, did you have a question? Okay. So high-level takeaways on the budget from interest areas that you guys have mentioned in the past. The budget is a step towards aligning ongoing sources of funds with ongoing needs and does maintain a healthy fund balance level, about $16 million over the 10% threshold. So it is a little bit lower. It's using more fund balance and reducing that total fund balance level, but keep continuing steps in the direction of aligning ongoing revenue with ongoing expenses. It uses slightly less one-time money this year than last year, which is good news from a structural deficit perspective, although there still is a significant amount of one-time money being used this year, just for disclosure.
And is that mostly related to ARPA?
So this year, there's actually much fewer ARPA dollars used as one-time money. So about $1 million in ARPA this year compared to, I think it was about 13 million last year in one-time revenue from ARPA. So it's the beginning of the weaning off of ARPA and adjusting the budget to accommodate that.
Excellent.
It continues and expands the city's commitment towards responding alternatively to response to public safety responses. The pace of sales tax growth has allowed this budget to balance without a property tax increase, and so the city's been very fortunate in that perspective to have both a healthy fund balance and really robust sales tax growth, because without that, you would have either had to have cuts or a property tax increase. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Jennifer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Could you go back to the structural deficit
Yeah.
line and just discuss a little bit about that?
Yeah. Each year, the city's expenses grow. That relates to anything from cost of living increases for employees to inflationary costs for everything the city buys to health insurance premiums. And so each year the city has a sort of built-in structural deficit. That is added to the extent that you balance the current year's budget with one-time money. So to the extent that you balance those ongoing needs with one-time money, you have to find new money to pay for those ongoing needs in the following year. So we use that term structural deficit just so that it's a shorter version of that explanation. But
Right, and that number's, you're saying that is going up also, or?
It's a little lower than
lower.
previous years.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So last year it was about $45 million in a very simplistic viewpoint of it. This year it's about $34 million.
And that accounts to about what percentage of the, like, a pretty small,
I think this year
percentage.
it's about 16%. I'll have to recalculate.
16%.
So 34 million of 444 million. Someone
Oh.
wants to do that math real quick.
Okay, got it.
I don't know. Some sort of,
About 10%.
about 10%.
So-
Yeah, true, less than 10%.
So Jen, does that mean that let's say the ARPA dollars did not, like next year, we're gonna have 0, and then sales taxes are just not as, we're hoping that sales taxes are that 10% more?
Yeah.
So
Yep.
that,
And essentially they have been, in the last couple of years, they have been that growth.
okay,
In addition to the city's savings account. So if the city didn't have that savings account, we would have had to either cut $34 million from the budget. So we're spending $34 million from the savings account to balance the budget in the coming year. We would have had to cut that much money from the budget, or we would have had to raise property taxes to replace that money.
okay.
And what does that take the savings account to?
The fiscal year 24 budget, if it's approved by the council as proposed, would take the fund balance to 13.6%, which is 16 million over the 10% threshold that's been recommended by bond council. Previously, the council had also established 13% as sort of like an extra goal, sort of an extra cushion, but that's not necessarily in statute. So if you can go back to the next, if you can go to the next slide.
Former council member.
The, oh yeah, that's right. Hi. Former council member who's in the room remembers that conversation well. Your legacy lives on. This slide is a first time we're kind of using this because what we've realized just over the years is that there really is no perfect answer to the budget. Everything is a set of policy balances, and so this is just an attempt to clarify sort of a couple of the policy decisions that this budget includes and what sort of policy viewpoints they're balancing. So one example is the using of one-time money, like we were just talking about. We're fortunate. A healthy fund balance allows us to balance with no property tax increase. But the balance of that is that it adds to the structural deficit in the future, right? So alternative response models is another thing. Continuing them in multiple departments contributes to responsiveness to alternatives to public safety calls. The balance to that is that there may be operational inefficiencies that we haven't either yet had time or bandwidth to sort of root out. So this budget doesn't necessarily address operational inefficiencies because a lot of those teams are still just getting up and running and figuring out their scope. But those are some of the highlights. I can go through all those, or we can skip to the next slide, or you can just, if you have any questions.
I would like you to go through them,
Okay.
if that's okay with Chair.
So, yeah, just to be clear, these 6 sets of arrows are just like axes to evaluate.
Yes.
You're not saying
Good
we've
or bad.
gone one way or the
Nope.
other this year.
I'm saying that, every decision sort of has two sides to a coin, I guess, if you will.
Got it.
And it's not a judgment. It's not good or bad one way or another. It's just sort of trying to establish. Oh,
Sorry.
Hi.
I know this is really weird.
no. So one other policy decision in the budget that you'll see is that the administration is proposing to continue fee increases as they relate to inflation, as well as making sort of more major adjustments in some fees that have not been adjusted for a number of years. One of the policy sides of that is that small increases are easier for residents and businesses to program into their budget, sort of annual small increases. So that's that, every year you adjust all the city fees by a little bit instead of waiting until every 10 years and having a giant adjustment. The flip side to that, maybe the other side of the coin, is that it increases the inflationary burden on residents and businesses because it makes their business that they're doing with the city more expensive also. The budget adds over 100 FTEs. 60 of those are in the general fund. A lot of those are in enterprise funds. So you'll see that detail in the overview staff report. Oh, I should have mentioned the overview staff report that's in your packets has a lot of the detail in the weeds. So if you're interested in sort of exactly which positions are being added where, that's the place to look.
Okay.
This presentation is intended to be more of a high-level review of things. So adding over 100 FTEs, healthy sales tax growth allows us to grow the city's services to match the demand that the increased growth in population and visitors are having on the city. That said, you may, especially as sales tax, if sales tax declines at all, you may want to evaluate if the service levels, if the employees are being added in the areas where service level is most needed. The increased reliance on sales tax revenue, I'll skip the alternative response model since we already talked about that. You'll notice, or you'll see in a future pie chart that what used to be sort of a very even stool of distribution of where revenue comes from is now even more heavily weighted towards sales tax revenue. So as a proportion of our total budget, sales tax is making up an even greater proportion of our budget than it used to. It's great because, again, this rapid growth in sales tax revenue allows us to match demand. Yes.
Councilor Ward.
How is it related to, I know it's hard because different states and different revenue streams, but how does it relate to other cities' reliance on sales tax?
So previous to the 2009 recession, I would say Salt Lake City had a very evenly balanced portfolio where I like to say Salt Lake City was not afraid of property taxes. And so we had fairly robust property taxes in addition to robust sales taxes. Other cities were way more heavily reliant on sales tax because they were reluctant to have high property taxes. And so the pain they experienced, the relative pain they experienced in adjusting those budgets was much harder during that crash than Salt Lake City's was. So to the extent that our portfolio is more reliant on sales tax revenue, it does sort of raise a salmon-colored flag, like we talk about, that it's not a red flag, it's a salmon-colored flag. Thanks to Councilmember Wharton, this is our new thing. That's a potential, that's a potential pain point if at any point the economy does turn south and sales tax revenue decreases, but we haven't really seen those. So,
and how much do you think that what about, so I know that we're comparing kind of apples and oranges because fees go to enterprises, but how much do we rely on service fees as compared to other cities?
I would need to look.
Is that a fair, is there a way to compare that?
Probably not super quickly, but we could pull some of the budget presentations from other cities, and that would be a good sort of research touch point to know.
Okay.
How cities, yeah.
And then like the cities that don't have, I would still like to know too because I know that for Utah, our property taxes are high, but I would like to know, I believe that compared to other states, our property taxes are really very low. So
I think finance has done some preliminary work on that, and so I couldn't get with them and see.
I don't want to like put extra work on anybody right now, but like if it's easy to pull just like a little bit of info so we can know how we stack up.
Compare. That's
Thanks.
great.
Can we get that though I'd like something that's proportionate to our average wages here, because while they are low, I feel like our median wage
Cost of
here
living
is lower
low,
than other
right.
places
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, that's true.
We can try to evaluate that. The last bullet point I'll get to is the budget funds CIP at 7%, which is good, although it's less than what was funded last year. Last year, CIP was funded at 9%. That said, on one side of the coin, we have two major bonds, I would say historic bonds, that will start coming online in the next year, 2 and 3. And so even though our ongoing general fund dollars are going down in terms of what we're investing in CIP, the real sort of on the street investment in CIP will not be going down. It will be dramatically increasing. But it's not a good habit to stop investing in those long-term needs. And so that's just a metric we watch.
If I remember correctly, isn't 7 sort of where the historic standard had been, and last year we as the council added the additional 2%, or the mayor added 1 and we added 1 or something like that?
The mayor added it last year. 7% is what we historically invested.
We added some stuff to it, but not the whole 2%. Okay.
Yeah, 7% used to be a victory.
But the last audit we have recommended 9%,
Yes.
but it's an old audit, and we've hardly
And that
ever-
audit was done previous to the sales tax and geo bond passing.
Yes. Okay, next slide, please.
Oh, thanks.
This chart is just showing revenue percent change from the previous year. And so it shows obviously the 2 years of financial pain in fiscal year 2010 and 2011. But then what it's also showing is fiscal years 22 and 23 had what I would say artificially enhanced revenue because of ARPA dollars. And so I think what the chart is showing is that the decline you're still seeing a percent increase on your general fund revenue, but it's at a lower rate in part due to that those ARPA dollars drying up. Yes.
These bars are inclusive of sales and property tax and fees?
Total general fund revenue.
General fund, okay.
Yeah. Next slide, please. So this is a pie chart showing the fiscal year 24 revenue. But what I wanted to highlight especially is the revenue sources that the city can control in terms of, the levers you can pull, for example, and if you did start to see a decline in sales tax revenue. And it's just for an orientation. So next slide, please. Actually, can you go back a slide? One point I wanted to make about that is property taxes and sales taxes. Frequently people will see all the development going on in the city and think, you must be, awash in property tax revenue because all this development means you're getting millions and millions of dollars. But to put things in perspective, what the budget is proposing for new growth revenue, so revenue from new development, is $2.6 million. Meanwhile, the proposed sales tax growth is $17 million. So in terms of order of magnitude, the order of magnitude that development brings us in terms of revenue, right? I'm not talking about quality of life and all the good things we want for the city, but in terms of revenue, development versus sales tax brings significantly more if you're comparing year over year, but it's a much more volatile revenue source. So you just sort of have to accept the risk with that.
Do you think that the perception is just because we see development, we don't see sales unless we're a store?
Maybe. I'm not sure I think that other states and how other states calculate new growth revenue probably also contributes that. Our state is weighted maybe to not allow cities to have their property tax base grow and grow. And so we'll get to a slide later that shows how truth in taxation works and how that either does or does not help us.
Sorry.
I thought that was the thing that we were never going to be able to understand.
I mean,
Mr. Chair.
We'll see.
Jennifer, what was the sales tax number? You said 17
million.
17 million is from sales tax.
In terms of year over year growth. Yeah. I also should clarify that the number that's in the proposed budget for new growth revenue is a placeholder. And we won't know until June 8th what that number actually is. It could be lower. Okay. I don't want to say much more about that. So anyway, if it's lower, we'll have to find a way to balance the budget. Yes.
And other revenue also includes impact fees, right?
Let's see, impact fees. Are impact fees in other revenue, or are they not even in the general fund? They're tracked separately.
Okay.
But development fees, fees per housing unit, fees per hotel unit, things like that. Okay, next slide, please. So on the category of revenue the city can control, these are the proposed fee increases. I forgot to mention the boarded building fee is not included on this chart. Total oversight on my part, because that is also a fee that's proposed to be increased this year. But these are all the fees that the administration is proposing to increase. It is ongoing revenue. So this is another kind of gut check of, are you increasing your ongoing revenue or are you just using one-time revenue? So this is a way that the city increases ongoing revenue. The other fee increase is the CPI, Consumer Price Index adjustment. This year is higher than I've seen it in a long time, but it's based based on data, and it's 6.3%, and it generates 2.2 million. So if the council did not want to do that CPI adjustment for whatever reason, you'd have to find a way to rebalance with that 2.2 million.
The hotel motel units is not the transient room tax. This is just to have a license
Per unit.
per year. Okay.
Yes, we're getting the nod. Okay, next slide, please. The next few charts have a lot of information on them, and Mary Beth highlighted some of them, but it's more to orient the council of, based on your area of interest, you may want to look more at different areas of the budget. Like we discussed before, each budget will come before the council separately, and so you'll have an opportunity if you want to dive deep into CAN's budget or what they're proposing, that's the opportunity to do so. But the next few slides sort of attempt to highlight some of the council areas of interest. So this slide is both equity and diversified response models, which some could argue should be separated, but for the purposes of this presentation, they're together. So the mayor's office is proposing a couple of FTEs, both the Love Your Block program and the Know Your Neighbor program that would help towards that. They're increasing the amount for stipends for boards and commissions so that make sure that it's a full year. That was started last year.
And that would cover all boards and commissions in the entire city. Excellent.
All boards and commissions, yes. We're getting that. In the fire department, they are expanding the chat team and also adding an MRT at the airport. The chat team is expanded with funding our future dollars, consistent with how the council expanded it last time. In police, they're adding 4 additional FTEs to the civilian response team, and they're adding a license plate reader program, which I know some council members have mentioned as an area of interest from before. I'm not going to read all of these. I'm just going to read some highlights. The Public Services Department is adding 4 full FTEs to solidify the trades apprenticeship program. I know some council members have been especially interested in expanding the apprenticeship program. This doesn't increase funding for the apprenticeship program because it takes some of the funding from non-departmental, but it does sort of solidify, and from what we've heard from the department, it will make it easier for them to fill those positions in real trades. Next slide, please. The budget also continues the diversified response models started or expanded in fiscal year 2022. And so for this is just a reference document. I think that when in the administration's presentation, Andrew's slides covered a lot of these. So next slide, please. This is just a portion of some of the homelessness expenditures. It's clearly not the full list that Andrew presented earlier, but these are just some of the additions to the budget that might sort of be included in that policy lens. The mayor's office, oh, you know what? This should be in the attorney's office. My apologies. They're adding an assistant prosecutor FTE to assist with implementing the Miami model that was discussed previously to divert people experiencing homelessness from the criminal justice system. In community and neighborhoods, they're continuing funding for the expanded footprint of the Downtown Ambassadors program, and they're increasing the contract for the Mobile Clean Team Advantage Services contract. That was something that you guys added to the budget in a budget amendment this year. So this is essentially continuing as an ongoing cost, the reality that that's a much more expensive service than was previously budgeted. In public lands, they're adding 11.5 parks maintenance FTEs from funding our future, and that's a recognition that staffing is easier for them to handle with FTEs rather than seasonal employees. Next slide, please. In transit and transportation, non-departmental, there's $100,000 continued for Hive passes for school children. There is a reduction in the other line item related to the Hive pass relating to reduced usage among adults, although some council members have expressed interest in other ways to expand that. It does add $1.1 million to reflect the increased cost of the on-demand ride service, but what the budget noted that it's a reduced service area. So that's one of the questions we have for when you guys discuss in CAN, understanding exactly what that reduced service area is, because that's a popular program. A lot of the transit and transportation items in the budget are included in CIP, so that's a pretty long list of projects that are included. Maybe to highlight some of them, 1.7 million for urban trails focused on a new trail to the development of the tiny home village off Redwood Road, and then also completion of the 9-line trail. 1.3 million for the second year of the Livable Streets program, and that's the sort of neighborhood traffic calming streets program. And 1.1 million for bus stop improvement and transit hubs supporting east-west bus routes. There's also 800,000 for construction of the Jordan Meadows Neighborhood Byway and design of another byway from Sugar House to the University of Utah. And I'll skip to the next slide, please.
Before you
Go
do
ahead.
that, I would
Yeah.
love, I'm going to just say this into the air and hopefully John Larson's listening. I would love a little bit of information about what was accomplished during the first year of the Livable Streets program. I'm sure hopefully there's some data about that, but excited that we created that program. I'd love to know what happened and what we can expect for the next year.
Great. I think the CAN budget is on the 23rd, May 23rd. So let's see. So next slide is the maintenance and activation of public spaces. Again, a lot of these priorities overlap, and so you'll see here the increasing Advantage Services contract to reflect that higher service level, and the parks maintenance FTEs. One other interesting FTE added in the proposed budget is a city events coordinator. We're getting some clarification about exactly how they'll coordinate with existing city event staff, but essentially to add additional city-sponsored events throughout the city and some of the city's public places. That's funded with Funding Our Future. Oh, and it includes drone shows for the 4th and the 24th. And I know the council has had long conversations about that in the past, so I'm mentioning that for no particular reason whatsoever. Then in some of the other, let's see, a number of the CIP applications or allocations relate to public spaces and maintaining public spaces. 1.7 million to do a city buildings asset renewal plan. 1.2 million, 2.5 million for street overlays, including complete streets elements. And then some of the ongoing maintenance funding in CIP, separate from the sort of competitive process, are listed there. So those are sort of ongoing allocations for the city departments to maintain either the public lands or buildings. Next slide, please. This category is more relating to land use and development, and then I lumped in affordable housing because why not? So in CAN, they're adding 2 civil enforcement positions based on the council's legislative intent relating to the ADU ordinance. Sorry, Scott, the land use and development, thanks. There's $100,000 for the city planning contract to establish a 15-minute city. And we're getting more information from the administration about that. And then there's a placeholder for a tenant resource center and relocation assistance program. Those are 2 recommendations from the Thriving in Place plan that has not yet been approved by the council. We just got it, I believe, yesterday or today. And so we'll be adding that to the agenda as soon as possible. But the administration, recognizing that this is an opportunity for the council to add things in the budget, have put that as a placeholder, just so that there's some funding for that. Then in the RDA, there's 1.5 million total for ADU funding in the 9-line. And then listing out there all of the different housing funds, and quite a few of them have dedicated funding for shared equity housing. Including 1.8 million for the Westside Community Initiative for shared equity housing. In housing stability, I just listed a transmittal we believe is coming soon, which is repurposing the dormant HUD funds that were uncovered by the Housing Stability Division. So that's about $12 million. So more information to come on that, but I wanted it on the council's radar in case some of those funds needed to be or could be used for any council added priority. Next slide, please.
So, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
That $12 million exists, but has not been included in the MRB.
Right.
So there's currently no recommendation for what to. I'm sure there's something.
They have.
They've been
they have-
working on it.
Yeah, they have recommendations, yes.
Okay.
They've been working on it. Oh, go ahead.
So we may have received it just the past day or two, or it's on its way, I'm not sure.
I think the transmittal is on its way. What Mary Beth was clarifying was that the money was recognized in the fiscal year 23 budget, but not for expenditures in the 23 budget. So the money is existing, but the use of the money has not been proposed yet. And because it's HUD money, there's a process that the city had to go through to amend plans, comp plans, things like that. So it's a little more complicated than just allocating the money. Okay, business support is something that the council has talked about in different years. I won't go over all of them. It continues funding for construction mitigation and economic development. And it also includes a commercial assistance program in the RDA that totals $3.8 million across the various project areas. And you'll get more information on that when the RDA budget is discussed. It also, sorry.
Just another point of sort of personal interest, the construction mitigation funding. I know Third West businesses have dealt with a lot more months of construction than they were planning on. When we get to, I guess, economic development, I'd love some information about if that's enough or if that meets the need. I just want to talk about that a little bit more.
Great, we'll make sure to ask that question. Also in non-departmental is where all of the city's memberships live with all the various business organizations, chambers of commerce, things like that.
Jen, I have a question on that local business marketing grant. Do you know why it's there, not in economic development, or?
That's a good question. We can ask that and clarify. I know sometimes when things are added as like a new idea, non-departmental is sort of where they fall, but it doesn't mean that economic development is not involved in that. So we can clarify that though.
Or, and then on the various local organization memberships, this one, okay. Anyway, thanks. Yeah, got it.
Okay, next slide, please. These are just all the FTE changes, and it's really easy to see, and so I'll just skip this slide. Okay, next slide. Yeah. So that is based on, yes, so the budget book had, the mayor's recommended budget book had some incorrect calculations, some incorrect formulas on the staffing document, and so we've since received corrected information from the administration. So the FTE changes in the budget book are not exactly accurate, although the total amounts are accurate.
If the public accesses the MRB from the internet, has that been a...
Good question.
Will it, at some point,
Mary Beth will check.
Okay, thanks.
So this is just a brief slide on truth in taxation because it's unique to Utah and is one of those things that is frustrating for people and frustrating to understand. People think that when their house increases in value, for example, from $200,000 to $300,000, that the city gets more money, but that's not how truth in taxation works. If the values of the houses go up, the rate is automatically adjusted down so that the city gets whatever budget we set the previous fiscal year. So it's essentially a way for governments to not grow unless, and we'll get to the next slide. Let's see, can you go to the next slide?
And this is just Salt Lake City's portion of their property tax because others have their own.
True, right.
I just want to make sure that
and it's, I should say, it's entirely separate from if the city was proposing a tax increase. Obviously, that changes things. But yes, if Salt Lake County is doing a tax increase and we're not, they still might see their bill go up, but not necessarily from Salt Lake City's rate.
And their bill could change relative to their property assessed value as relative to the rest of the whole city.
Right. And, and the appeal process is a one-by-one property appeal process and not sort of a wholesale review of the system process, which also makes it frustrating and not as transparent as we would hope it to be. New growth is also a thing that maybe we would hope would be more transparent. This is showing sort of how our baseline property tax budget exists. That's that sort of purple line on the left that has everything from real property, personal property, centrally assessed real property. That all goes into our baseline property tax budget. If there's new development in the city, that's that sort of whitish red arrow on the left. By June 8th, the tax commission will tell us how much of that new development we can count as new growth revenue. In my time at Salt Lake City, we have never seen 100% of our development exactly translate to new growth. We get close. We've gotten closer in recent years as we've gotten pretty good at predicting with certificates of occupancy. But there are random years. In fact, 2 years ago was one of those years where we had projected $2 million in new growth according to certificates of occupancy and building. And on June 8th, the number that they gave us for new growth was $300,000. So, right, and there's no way we can appeal that. So that's why this is very faint, and that's why the dotted line is not at the top of the arrow. So in any way, though, even if it's $300,000, that does allow us to grow our base property tax budget by whatever that new growth figure is that they spit out to us. So
Can I
that's
back on the
end.
previous? Oh, that's the end?
Yep, that's the end. So
A question, and this is not entirely related to the budget, but just something related to property taxes. Has the city done an analysis of assessed value versus market value geographically throughout different parts of our city?
I don't know if we've done a full analysis on it, but anecdotally, assessed value is never equivalent to market valio.
Understood. Yeah. The
But,
reason I'm
yeah, it would be
asking
interesting.
is just as a thing, I read a book and there's been a history in the country of certain neighborhoods getting assessed at a higher percentage of their market value than others, and that those could potentially been disadvantaged neighborhoods. So their percent of, so I would love to see if that has been rectified in our city, or
Well, and the challenge
how
is
that
also
works.
we aren't in control of the
The
assessor.
county, right?
It's an independently elected position.
yes.
And so, it's a county function that we don't govern, but it would be interesting to know.
I'm wanting to see how that independently elected position has the results of their work in our city. Is that fair to ask?
It's fair to ask someone. We can ask that question of the elected official, or if the city decided that it was worth the expense, you could have that audited. There was a time in Salt Lake City where there was an assertion that the west side housing was exactly as you described, perhaps
Overvalued.
a little bit, yeah, overvalued, or that had been done more recently or more promptly than other parts of the city. I think they've at least remedied the part where it's on a regular rotation. So there are several things going on, the rotation, all kinds of factors. We can find out more about that after
If it's easily
the budget.
accessible, I'd love to have it. If it's not easily accessible, then let's talk about that after
Can
budget.
ask, yeah.
We can ask. The assessor has historically been very, they don't deal with market values. They, in fact, reject market values, which is often the cause of frustration when people are appealing their property tax valuation with the county. And so that's a whole other interesting play into it.
Okay.
So anyway, but yeah, we can ask.
It's just a general, I want to know
Yeah.
more about that.
Yeah, it's
at
interesting.
some point in the future.
Scott, you can stop sharing because I think we're done. I don't know if council members had any other questions. Obviously, this is a lot of information, and like I said, each department will be coming before you. Please feel free to send anyone on the budget team questions. If you come across something that doesn't make sense, that helps us because there's so much information to digest that may cause us to notice something that, needs clarification, or sometimes the mayor's recommended budget book has a sort of shorthand explanation of something, and maybe additional information would help you guys understand that. So please feel free to ask us questions.
Council members, any questions right now?
Thank you very much.
Jennifer
That's
and
great.
the entire budget team, thank you so much for all your work. Mary Beth, thank you and your team and the administration, of course, for all your work on this. I always feel like these presentations are just like when it starts for us. Like the other ones are sort of appetizers, and now it's like time to go. Okay, we're on to item number 4, which is, what time is it? 5? Perfect. Issuance of airport revenue bonds, series 2023 for financing the construction of the new SLC International Terminal. Sam Owen, Council Policy Analyst, will give an introduction to this, and then we have Bill Wyatt and Brian Butler, the Executive Director of Airports and the Chief Financial Officer of Airports for Salt Lake City.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Four main things to know about the item in front of the council right now. Major capital programs underway at the airport. You might have heard something about it. The North Concourse and Terminal redevelopment programs. The bond in front of you is one scheduled for proposed issuance this year during the month of July, tentatively, and the airport is aiming to bank about $400 million in capital funds for the ongoing program. That's not the total bond issuance, however, that's the amount that's budgeted for the capital programs. And the airport also anticipates proposed bonding in calendar years 2024 and 26. After this, in terms of the process, the council will consider a parameters resolution formally authorizing them to issue the bonds. And in an unusual timing step that's just part of the bond process, you'll take public comment after approving the resolution if you choose to take action next week.
Wait, can you explain that again? We will approve the issuance of the bonds. We can approve the issuance of the bonds next week.
You will consider for action next week the parameters resolution on the bond, and the public hearing comes after that. Am I
And
saying
then
that
there's still
correctly?
another step.
There's a 30-day contest period.
Okay. All right, understood.
Does that make sense? I didn't explain it very well. I
We
appreciate it.
do get a chance to make a final decision after public comment, to consider public comment.
There is not another council action step after adopting the parameters resolution.
Oh, that is odd. Okay.
Nobody said that's wrong. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay. Thanks for pointing that out. That is.
That's everything.
Okay. Do we have a presentation? Bill?
You bet. I'll just make a couple brief comments. I think, as you all know, ground was broken on this project in 2014, and we expect to conclude the current scope of work in January of 2027. So a 13-year capital construction project that has seen several scope changes, which is basically addition to the work, new gates, et cetera. And that accounts for the increase in budget, which is what accounts for our continuing need to finance the program.
Will you ask them to advance the slides?
Oh,
Just in the microphone.
yeah, can you advance the slide? Whoever has control of the slides. Okay, good. Yeah, so you can see the timeline there. And we do these bond issues in a way that is timed to provide resources in a timely fashion. Typically speaking, we shouldn't issue bonds and fail to use them within the scope of a year. So that's why we continue to do this. This one is a little smaller than we've done in the past, and that is because interest rates are so much higher, and there will be significant tranches of bonds in this issue that are 30 years. We do have callable bonds, so we can call them after a period of time and refinance, but interest rates have obviously gone up, and that's part of our thinking in proceeding in this way. So I would like to introduce Brian Butler, the Director of Aviation Finance, who's leading this effort, to continue.
Okay, if we can go to the next slide. We just wanted to give a little bit of overview. We know some council members have been here quite a while. Others are a little bit newer on the council. So this really is just to kind of show you when different gates come online. And you'll notice that next Tuesday, kind of that peach color, they come online at 5:30 in the morning. So we're excited for that. The remaining gates will be coming online for Concourse A on Halloween of this year. And then you'll see that we have gates coming online every single year between now and 2027. And so this particular bond issuance, we actually 2 years ago we issued $900 million in par bonds. That lasted us about 21 months of construction costs. So we've actually spent all of those bond proceeds. We're now coming back to you to kind of, as Bill mentioned, get another year's worth of construction costs. And these are really to kind of finish out those gates on Concourse A East, as well as kind of the tunnel, and then the first 4 gates up there on Concourse B that's in the blue. So if we go to the next slide, this is just a picture when we did the budget presentation. We showed you what it looked like in February. This is now what it looks like in March. Those hard stands in the bottom right-hand corner, those will all be gone come Halloween. But the next slide, this is really what we're here to talk about, is the bond schedule. And in the packet that you guys received that Sam explained, I think there was almost 400 pages worth of documents. There was the bond resolution that you'll vote upon next week, but then we also included a preliminary official statement that basically is the official document that we provide to investors that tells them all of the legal disclosures, you know, the eligible uses of these bond proceeds. It also includes our audited financial statements, our airline use agreement, but there's also another document, the airport consultants report, and this is a third party that's hired for an airport bond issuance that basically goes through the feasibility of issuing debt and says, can the airport repay this debt based on the revenues they're generating? And this isn't just for the next year, this isn't just for a couple years, they're going out 5 to 10 years to look what the financial health of the airport is. So we're still working on that document. It's materially accurate from what we put in the document, but for example, we're updating it based on, you know, passenger numbers and things like that as we get closer to the bond issuance in July. So high level, we're here today meeting with you, answering any questions you may have in the work session today. Next week, we're going to ask you to adopt the resolution. It does trigger a 30-day no contest period where the public could come and for any reason say they don't want the airport to issue debt. We will be meeting with the three different rating agencies that rate the airport debt the week of June 12th. We expect to receive our ratings the week of July 3rd, and then we'll be going back to New York to do the bond pricing at Bank of America's offices the week of July 17th, and then it's set to close the week of July 31st. If we go to the next slide, this is kind of the highlights. So we are asking for authorization to borrow up to $600 million, although the plan is only to borrow $450 million, and we'll show you the breakout of that $450 million here in just a minute. 2 years ago, we were able to issue almost $1 billion worth of debt at 2.9%. Interest rates are closer to 5%. And, you know, we've kind of modeled that in, and we were able to upsize our last bond deal by $100 million, which was a win for the airport. But, you know, this is kind of where the market rates are, and this is kind of the peak is what we've been told. Now, we'll show you where we put future bond issuance rates, and there's some conservatism in there. There are some parameters that if the market just goes crazy, we're not going to issue debt. If for any reason, you know, we get to the bond market and rates are above 6%, we'll kill the deal. We just will not issue. We'll have to come back to the drawing board, seek your approval. We also say that we can issue 40-year debt, although we do not plan to do that in this bond issuance. And you'll see the debt service schedule is the traditional 30-year debt schedule that we've done in the past. And we do fund capitalized interest to help pay interest costs until these facilities come online.
Councilor Petro?
Are bonds like mortgages, like where
Yes.
you can refinance them at lower interest rates? Even
Yeah.
if
We have what are called callable bonds. So after, I think, typically 10 years, we can just send notice to all the bondholders saying, we're going to buy your bonds back and go refinance those. And weird as it may seem, even though we have these all-in interest rate bonds at 2.9%, even at 5% after 10 years, it actually makes sense to refinance those. And you end up paying a little more for the right to repurchase those, but given the volatility that we've seen in this country over the last 15 or 20 years, it really makes sense to take that risk and go ahead and call them.
And so then similarly also, if we continue to see this massive growth and our capacity for repayment is quicker, we can also renegotiate the term. Like if we end up with a 40-year, we could renegotiate that term to a 30?
Or just buy them.
Okay.
That's what
Alright.
we do, essentially buy them out. And really, for the next 30 years, one of the big jobs of the airport is managing this mountain of debt, repurchasing, calling the bonds. So it'll be something which Salt Lake has not really had to do for quite some time, but has managed so far pretty successfully.
Exciting. Thank you.
All right, if we can go to the next slide. So this is really just the plan of finance that the airport has developed with this bond issuance, and it basically says, how are we going to pay for everything? You know, the project's $5.1 billion. You'll see that we've issued just under $3 billion worth of debt. That's the outstanding bonds. And then we have this bond issuance, and then we have future bonds. So about 75% of the project will be debt finance, but then you'll see that we have different revenue sources, including airport-generated revenues contributing to pay this. If we go to the next slide, it kind of just gives a recap of where we've been in the past when we issued debt in 2017, 2018, 2021. Then it kind of shows you what we're projecting this year, including how much in the principal we're going to be issuing. And then it also does show the assumed true interest cost. Now, not knowing where rates are going to go, the bankers are telling us this is the peak, but in our financial models, we always put in, you know, a buffer, so if rates do continue to rise, we know what to expect. And then you can kind of see the assumed maturity. It is assumed to be July of 2053 would be the latest, which would be a 30-year bond. So just one more slide, I believe. So if we do borrow $450 million, this is kind of the breakdown. $400 million would go to pay for the construction cost, which really is what we've modeled cash flows that we would need for another year. $23.6 million would be set aside to pay the interest cost until those facilities come online and go into the rate base for the airlines. We do put money aside in a debt service reserve fund for any kind of rainy days. If the airlines can't pay, you know, we always have a year's worth of principal and interest costs set aside, and then we put in some bond issuance costs associated with that. If we go to the next slide.
What is the word par, bond par amount?
So par just means the amount that we're issuing them at. Airport bonds are issued at a $5,000 increment. And depending on where we issue it, if we issue bonds at 5% and the market's at 5%, we're going to get $5,000 back. But for example, in 2021, we issued 5% coupon payments to investors, but the interest rate was only 2.9, so they actually gave us, you know, $5,500 for each bond without getting too far into the weeds.
To answer your question, maybe if I understand this correctly, so the $400 million is what actually goes into the project, but it costs more than $400 million to issue the bonds, and that's
I get it. Okay.
So, and then this is just the last slide that the estimated debt service would be, you know, the principal payments, the interest payments, the total debt service. So, you know, it's just like a mortgage, like you said, Victoria. If you borrow $450 million, you're going to be paying about $900 million when it's all done.
Mm-hmm.
So the good thing is, you know, after 10 years, you know, if rates do go down, we would refinance it and we would capture those savings and then just issue 20-year bonds basically to cover it. So that's our presentation. Happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Council members, any questions? No one wants to ask about parking lots or a train.
Can they just have their money to do what needs to be done? Just one time. Can we just do it just once for them?
All right, thank you. You're off the hook today.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, appreciate that presentation. Actually, well, yeah. So we are moving on to item number 5, which is a dinner break. We have 30 minutes scheduled. I propose we take 30 minutes and come back at 6:20.
Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. My name is Yusuf Mong, and this is Salt Lake City TV. On this week's episode, we sit down with somebody from economic development to discuss some upcoming grant applications for Sugar House Small Business. And in our History Minute, we'll be taking a look at a little-known pleasure garden in Old Salt Lake. But before we get to those, let's take a look at our look-backs, our look-aheads, and our legislative update.
At its February 21st meeting, the City Council received a briefing on the proposed North Point Small Area Plan, which focuses on land north of the Salt Lake City Airport along the 2200 West corridor. The Council also received an update on a business assistance grant program managed by Salt Lake City's Department of Economic Development. They also received briefings on the status of water supply and snowpack, and a resolution to authorize the transfer of ownership of an emergency vehicle from Salt Lake City to West Valley City. To learn more about these issues or any others, please visit slc.gov/council. This winter has been one for the record books. One of the most recent snowstorms in Salt Lake dropped more than 10 inches of snow. Thank you to all of our SLC snowplow crews for their work clearing our streets throughout this very snowy winter. The next time that we have significant snowfall, you can help our snow fighters by staying home and parking your car off-street in a driveway if possible. Keeping your cars off the road gives our snow fighters space to work and clear the roads. During an active storm, you can track our plows or learn more at slc.gov/snow. Don't stop dreaming and don't stop submitting. Salt Lake City's Ballpark Next competition has had an overwhelming number of responses, but there are only a few weeks left to share your big ideas for the future of our ballpark neighborhood. We want to hear from you before the deadline of March 17th. Learn more at ballparknext.com.
On our interview this week, we sat down with somebody from economic development to discuss some new grant applications for Sugar House small businesses in light of the recent growth and construction.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan. I'm a project manager with Salt Lake City's Department of Economic Development. And today here to talk about our construction mitigation grant for small businesses. So economic development has a $3,000 small business construction mitigation grant available to businesses on Highland Drive, 9th South, 2nd South, and 300 West. So the intent is for businesses to be able to use the $3,000 for enhanced marketing, signage, anything that will drive customers to the business. But we felt strongly that business owners know best how to allocate resources, and so they can use it for whatever is best, will best help their business at this time. So the process, we made the process as simple as possible. We just need a couple of documents for our files. One of those is a profit and loss statement, for 2 months of profit and loss statement, pre-construction and during construction. But we do have anyone in our office, in the Office of Economic Development, is very more than willing to help out with that process. And we have somebody dedicated in our office, Andy Feldman, who is very helpful in shepherding and ushering businesses through the very brief process. If you have all the numbers available, you can get the application done online in 10 to 15 minutes. So the funding is available through the end of this fiscal year, so through the end of June. And as long as there's funds still in the pot, the grant will be open. 300 West, 200 South, 900 East, and Highland Drive, Sugar House. These projects are going to be really incredible. At the completion, it will increase the amount of customers from vehicular traffic, bicycle traffic, and pedestrian traffic to all the businesses on those corridors. And we're really excited about the projects and to see the completion and work with all the businesses during the process. So for local businesses, there is over $100,000 that we want to give out in the next few months for construction mitigation. So please contact our office, the Office of Economic Development. Contact myself. My name is William Wright, my colleague Andy Feldman, or anyone else in the department, and we will do everything we can to get you $3,000 as quickly as possible.
Now, onto our History Minute, where we take a look at Fuller's Hill Pleasure Garden. This garden, now long gone, used to serve as a source of recreation and entertainment for Salt Lake City residents of old.
William Fuller, an English convert to the LDS Church, came to Salt Lake City in 1862 and purchased a significant chunk of land from 13th East to 11th East between South Temple and 4th South. On this land, in 1875, he opened Fuller's Hill Pleasure Garden. With the diversion of Red Butte Creek, he was able to build a small lake, erected a massive swing set called a whirligig, and offered many other attractions. At times, there was a shooting gallery on the grounds and a stereopticon, which brought views from around the world to Salt Lake City. Another major attraction was the Camera Obscura, a room where one could see views from the park and across the city in elaborate mirrored boxes. In 1881, the admission was just 10 cents. The Pleasure Garden thrived until the 1890s when the federal government took over the land as part of the negotiation for Utah's statehood. Much of the land from Fuller's Hill Pleasure Garden ended up in the hands of the University of Utah and today serves as a huge chunk of student housing and serves as a residential area.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLC.gov, subscribing to us on YouTube, or tuning in to Channel 17. Reporting in from the City and County Building, I'm Yusuf Mong. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. If you missed last week's episode, I'm the new full-time host of Salt Lake City TV and part-time frozen yogurt enthusiast, Yusuf Mong. In this week's episode, we take a look at a new pedestrian bridge, talk about spring runoff, and a local connection to the voice of Donald Duck. We have a lot to get through this week, but first, our look-backs, our look-aheads, and our legislative update.
At its March 7th meeting, the City Council discussed a proposal to change the city's accessory dwelling unit, or ADU ordinance, received a briefing on the Glendale Regional Park Plan, and the council held a public hearing on the proposed North Point Area Plan where over 60 people spoke and voiced opinions about the future development. The council also approved a resolution to hold the 2023 municipal elections as ranked choice voting, received a briefing on Budget Amendment Number 5, and they made ARPA grant funding decisions. To learn more about these issues or any others, please visit slc.gov/council. Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, Councilmember Chris Wharton, and other city leaders joined Black and African American community leaders to formally honor and celebrate Black History Month at Calvary Baptist Church. After the proclamation, event attendees participated in breakout discussions about housing, homelessness, policing, and more. Recently, the Redevelopment Agency of Salt Lake City, or RDA, and other funding partners gathered to celebrate the opening of Colony B. Located at 228 West and 1300 South, this is a transit-oriented residential development built with affordability in mind. Local city and community leaders recently celebrated the groundbreaking of the Other Side Village. The Other Side Village is a master-planned neighborhood that provides affordable, permanent, quality housing for people coming out of chronic homelessness.
Hey guys, it's construction season. It's construction season and it's construction season in Salt Lake City.
Our construction project highlight today is the 300 North pedestrian bridge. This week, crews will be framing windows, installing roofing, and adding power and lights to the towers. Although the bridge has been raised, it remains closed to the public. Tentatively, the bridge will be completed by summer of 2023.
Amazing. Remember, if you want other updates on this and other city projects, feel free to keep tuning in or check slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, we speak to Salt Lake City Department of Public Utilities Director Laura Briefer about spring runoff.
As we all know and can see by looking to the mountains to the east of us, we have a lot of snow in the mountains, and that's been great for this year's water supply. But we are a little bit concerned about how that water all comes off the mountains when the temperatures warm up. Salt Lake City Department of Public Utilities, in coordination with Salt Lake County Flood Control, are in the process of doing many proactive things to mitigate any potential of flooding this year. That includes operational actions, such as ensuring that there isn't debris in our streams that could block grates in the stream. We're also working together on flood control plans and doing a lot of coordination. We're cleaning out storm drains, making sure grates are clean as well. It's important to note too that Salt Lake City is proactive in making sure that there's space in our upper reservoirs to capture runoff water as it comes down this spring and hold it up high for a while as we have peak runoff. Little Dell Reservoir was constructed just for that purpose after the 1983 floods in collaboration with Salt Lake County Flood Control, Metropolitan Water District of Salt Lake and Sandy, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It's a very important infrastructure for us in this situation. There's a difference between spring runoff when the snow melts and runs into all of the drainages across the valley, and what happens when we have our monsoon storm events. During spring runoff, the most impacted areas of our community are going to be those areas that are low-lying in a floodplain or are developed in very close proximity to open waterways. We do want to make sure residents who are in close proximity to the streams and waterways through our city, that'd be Emigration Creek, Red Butte Creek, Parley's Creek, City Creek, and the Jordan River. We want to make sure that they are preparing themselves for when that water runs off and enters into these waterways. Those waterways will be flowing swiftly, they might be deep. So first and foremost, we want to make sure that people and their pets are safe around these waterways. Practice good judgment. Don't jump in the water after a pet if your pet jumps in. And the other thing you can do is start preparing your home for the potential for higher water in these streams. That includes acquiring sandbags. We have sandbags at our public utilities campus on West Temple, and putting them in strategic locations, ensuring that your gutters, and if you have sump pumps or French drains, making sure that those are well maintained. All of that will help mitigate any potential impact.
Now on to the History Minute, where we take a look at the voice of Donald Duck. And I know what you're thinking, can I do an impression? Yes. Will I do one? No, because I'm not going to embarrass myself publicly. Again.
Everyone's favorite down-on-his-luck duck, Donald Duck, has surprising roots in Salt Lake City. To tell the story, we go back to Salt Lake City in 1960 and the birth of a man named Tony Anselmo. Anselmo spent his childhood in Salt Lake City, and in 1964, at the age of 4, he went to a movie theater to see Walt Disney's production of Mary Poppins. From then on, he became fascinated with the entire process and devoted his childhood to drawing and making Super 8 short films. These drawings landed him a full scholarship at Cal Arts. By 1980, at the age of 20, he was a young animator working his dream job at Disney Studios. He worked on all of the Disney feature films as an animator through the 80s, but it was a friendship he struck with Clarence Ducky Nash that changed the trajectory of Anselmo's life forever. Clarence Nash was the original voice of Donald Duck, and for fun, Tony learned to imitate the voice of the character with tips and tricks from the man who originated it. In 1985, Nash passed away, and Tony was the natural choice to replace him, and he has been the official voice of Donald Duck ever since. To date, Tony Anselmo is also the only person to animate Donald and voice him in the same production, starting with 1990's production of The Prince and the Pauper. It's hard to imagine that a starry-eyed kid in a Salt Lake movie theater would become a Disney legend, but stranger things have happened.
That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay informed is to stay engaged. You can do that by following us on social media at SLCGov, subscribing to us on YouTube, or tuning in to Channel 17. Reporting in from Liberty Park, I'm Yusuf Mong. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Yusuf Mong. In this episode, we're going to be taking a look at construction on 1100 East and Highland Drive. We're going to be talking about the Jordan River and an upcoming Earth Day cleanup, and taking a look at the Cathedral of the Madeleine. We've got a lot to get through, but first, our look backs, our look aheads, and our legislative update.
At its March 21st meeting, the City Council received a briefing about a proposal to establish a new process for locating homeless resource centers and shelters within the city. This follows a temporary hold that the Council enacted in 2022 on allowing new shelters in Salt Lake City. The Council also received recommendations from the Mayor on Salt Lake City's grant awards from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. Finally, the Council adopted a joint ceremonial resolution with Mayor Mendenhall recognizing March 31st, 2023 as International Transgender Day of Visibility in Salt Lake City. They held a short follow-up discussion on the current accessory dwelling unit ADU proposal, and they received updates on the 2023 state legislative session and the Utah Community Renewable Energy Agency, also known as Utah 100 Communities. To learn more about these issues or any others, please visit slc.gov/council. The Salt Lake City Police Department held a gun buyback program on Saturday, March 25th at the Public Safety Building. In total, community members turned in 30 firearms, including 4 pistols, 10 revolvers, 6 shotguns, and 10 rifles. This was the second gun buyback program held in Salt Lake City by the police department in more than 2 decades. The firearms collected will either be donated to the Salt Lake City Police Mutual Aid Association's museum or the Salt Lake City Police Department's crime lab, or they will be destroyed.
You know, sometimes I get tired of all the constant construction here in Salt Lake City, but then I remember that I too am a work in progress. On that note, let's take a look at some construction on 1100 East and Highland Drive.
Construction on Highland Drive and 1100 East began in February. This one-lane configuration has expanded up to 2100 South. The intersection of 2100 South and Highland Drive is anticipated to occur in mid to late summer of 2023. Work between 2100 South and 1700 South is expected to occur through 2024.
For more highlights on construction in and around the city, feel free to stay tuned or check slc.gov/construction. For our interview this week, we speak to Katie Reiser from the Mayor's Office about the Jordan River and an upcoming Earth Day cleanup.
The Jordan River provides so many benefits to our community. It offers sanctuary for wildlife and for people. It's a place of respite and recreation. It's a 17-mile stretch that flows from Utah County all the way up into the Great Salt Lake. And this is the bottom of the watershed. So even though you might live across town, what goes down your storm drain is going to flow into our creeks and ultimately flow into our Jordan River. We all have a responsibility and an impact on the river, and we invite you to come take part in the stewardship of this river and to connect with it. Your connection to the river allows us to protect the river. We want to invite community to come out and participate with us in our Earth Day River Cleanup on April 22nd. We're inviting volunteers from across the city to come join us here at the Jordan River to take part in over 20 different projects that will be happening the entire stretch of Salt Lake City's river. From 2100 south up to nearly 2300 north, we'll have a variety of projects. We're inviting the community to come take part, jumping in canoes, floating the river, removing trash and debris from within the river. We'll have projects working along the banks and the trail of the river to remove trash and other pollution along our parks and our open space. We'll have groups that are planting trees into various parks and open spaces along the river as well. It's a great event to bring in family and your kids to come out and connect with the river in a way that maybe you haven't ever experienced before. We invite people to come and visit our website. From there you can find information about the Earth Day event, what projects are happening, all the amazing partners that are involved, and sign up. There are links to sign up and register for the event. Those volunteers who join us will come together for a volunteer check-in and a community breakfast that's free for all those participating, and then we'll break up and go to our project sites up and down the river.
And now for this week's History Minute, where we take a look at the Cathedral of the Madeleine. Madeleine? Madeline? Madeleine? Maddie? Cathedral of the Madeleine.
When Father Lawrence Scanlon came to the Utah Territory as a Catholic missionary in 1873, he had his work cut out for him. His parish was the largest in the country, 85,000 square miles, but was home to a single church and had only 800 Catholics. Traveling the state and establishing churches across Utah as he went, he grew the Catholic presence and worked to maintain a cordial relationship with the LDS Church as well. He oversaw the creation of the Holy Cross Hospital and a variety of schools in and around Salt Lake City. Realizing the Catholic population in Salt Lake City had outgrown its church, Scanlon purchased the land to build a cathedral in 1890. The very next year, the Diocese of Salt Lake was created, and Scanlon was named its first ever bishop. Construction of the cathedral began in 1900 and was completed by 1909, designed by Salt Lake architects Carl M. Neuhausen and Bernardo Mecklenburg. It's built in a neo-Romanesque design on the outside, but its interior is built in the neo-Gothic. It's the only cathedral in the United States devoted to the patronage of St. Mary Magdalene. Some say Bishop Scanlon chose her because her traditional feast takes place just 2 days before the ever-popular Pioneer Day celebrations. Bishop Scanlon died in 1915 and was entombed inside the cathedral, his crowning achievement. Under his leadership, the Catholic Church increased in size to include 27 priests, 24 churches, 2 hospitals, an orphanage, half a dozen schools and colleges, and a Catholic population of 13,000. Above his tomb rests a first-class relic of St. Mary Magdalene, an honor that only one other cathedral in the entire world can claim. From the 1970s to the 1990s, the building was restored and updated to reflect changes made to most Catholic churches after the Second Vatican Council. Today, it stands tall and proud in a Salt Lake City much different than the one it was built in.
That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLCGov, subscribing to us on YouTube, or tuning into Channel 17. Reporting in from Salt Lake City, Yusuf Mong. Hey everyone, welcome to another episode of Capital City News. I'm your host and lover of cucumbers, Yusuf Mong. On this week's episode, we're taking a look at construction on 900 South, a landscape equipment exchange program, and our History Minute. But first, our look backs, our look aheads, and our legislative update.
At its April 11th meeting, the City Council heard an update on specific projects that will be part of the first issuance of the Parks Bond approved by voters in November 2022, totaling $24.6 million. Highlights include significant funding for a new Glendale Regional Park, open space on the Fleet Block, and completion of the Folsom Trail, among other projects. The Council also received a follow-up briefing about the Mayor's funding recommendations and a resolution that would authorize grant funding to selected applicants for the Community Development Block Grant and other federal grants for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. Finally, the City Council discussed options for potential audits in the coming year. To learn more about these issues or any others, please visit slc.gov/council. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, Salt Lake City Public Utilities Director Laura Briefer, and other city leaders discussed infrastructure improvements, proactive measures for water management, and steps that residents can take to prepare for spring runoff and potential flooding in Salt Lake City. Learn more at the website. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall announced Pothole Palooza, a week-long effort to repair more than 5,000 potholes citywide and improve road conditions after a long and road-wearing winter season.
After last week's episode, I was talking to my parents about my joke about works in progress. My mom, of course, mentioned my love life and asked how that was going. And I said, that's not what we're talking about, Mom. Anyway, here's an update on 900 South.
Construction on 900 South is in full swing. The north side of 900 South from West Temple to 300 West is now closed to traffic, and the south side of 900 South is open to eastbound traffic only. The westbound lane will be closed the full extent until July 2023. From State Street to 200 East and 500 East to 700 East, asphalt has been removed from the south side of the roadway in both locations and will be replaced when temperatures allow. Business access is being maintained. Concrete work is planned in this area through early spring. Work will be completed intermittently as conditions allow. The 9th and 9th intersection reconstruction work is anticipated to begin in July. Learn more at 900southslc.com.
For more updates on this and other construction here and in and around the city, feel free to keep tuning in or check slc.gov/construction.
For the interview this week, we're speaking to Sustainability Deputy Director Sophia Nicholas about an upcoming landscaping equipment exchange. Do you have questions? I know I do. Take it away, Sophia.
So as we all know, Salt Lake City does experience poor air quality. A lot of us are familiar with the wintertime air quality issues that we have, where we can see that haze when it's the peak of the inversion season. But we also have a growing problem in the summer with ozone pollution. Ozone is actually odorless, it's invisible, and it's formed by emissions that come out of our cars and our landscaping equipment and chemicals, and those chemicals, cleaners and other like paints and solvents. And those react under high temperatures and sunlight to form ozone. And ozone is a problem because it's basically when you breathe it in, it's like a sunburn for your lungs. So the state of Utah, as well as Salt Lake City, is working hard to reduce emissions all year round, but we're definitely focusing a lot on what we can do in the summertime. So one of the ways that we can try to get a handle on those emissions is to electrify as much as possible. So whether that's electric vehicles or electric appliances in your home or electric landscaping equipment. So this is the 3rd year in a row that Salt Lake City is partnering with the State Division of Air Quality on an electric landscaping equipment exchange. So the past 2 years, it has been primarily targeted towards residential residents and people who are using lawnmowers just in their yards and their homes. But this year, the state has shifted gears, and they're going to be focusing on lawn care companies. And the reason for that is because these are the companies that are using equipment, sometimes even 7 days a week during the busiest times of the year. So this year, the electric landscaping equipment exchange will be focused on gas-powered string trimmers as well as leaf blowers. And any business, lawn care business that's registered along the Wasatch Front can apply to the program starting now. It's open right now at chargeyouryard.utah.gov. And go in there, fill out the application. You'll hear back, I think that the beginning April 28th, as to whether you got accepted into the program. There's detailed instructions on the website, chargeyouryard.utah.gov. And basically, lawn care businesses will be able to recycle their 2-stroke gas-powered leaf blowers and string trimmers and get up to $3,000 in credit available to purchase electric models. I think what a lot of people don't realize is just how polluting these 2-stroke pieces of equipment are. So for example, a gas-powered leaf blower that runs for an hour puts out the same amount of pollution as a car that drives 727 miles. So when you start to add that up across all of the leaf blowers that are in use, all of the string trimmers, you really start to see the impact that we can make by swapping those appliances out or those pieces of equipment out for their electric models. So I encourage any lawn care business to check out the website, chargeyouryard.utah.gov, sign up, and you'll find out if you were accepted into the program, and all the directions are on the website.
Hey everyone, want to learn something historical about the city of Salt Lake in about a minute? Stay tuned for this week's History Minute.
In the 1960s, as folks began to realize that problems with the environment, pollution of air, land, and water were actually made by humans by and large, an effort was made to start an Earth Day celebration. The first Earth Day celebrated in Utah and Salt Lake City was in 1970. School kids from across the state, from kindergarten to college, participated in protests, cleanup efforts, film screenings and discussions, and pulled together to shine a light on the problems of the environment that human society had caused. Students pled with folks to leave their cars home for the day to help with air pollution, and at the University of Utah, celebrations of Earth Day went long into the night, culminating in an Earth Day dance at midnight. Not everyone was so keen on the common sense protests and learning activities happening across the state and in Salt Lake City. One prominent business leader, J.P. O'Keefe, the general manager of Kennecott Mining, decried the entire thing as a communist plot to weaken America. He reminded everyone that April 22nd, the day Earth Day was celebrated, was the birthday of Vladimir Lenin, and that this education about pollution was really about controlling legislation that would affect their business. Today, Earth Day is celebrated in Salt Lake City still, but the attitudes of some politicians and business leaders across the country bear a striking resemblance to those of J.P. O'Keefe.
That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLC.gov, tuning into Channel 17, or subscribing to us on YouTube. Reporting in from Embry Grove Park, I'm Yusuf Long.
Hi everyone, welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm here at the Love Your Block volunteer event where city leaders and community members can work together to revitalize our neighborhoods one block at a time. On this week's episode, we're going to be talking about some 200 South construction, Slug Magazine, and an interview with our SLC snow fighters. But first, our look backs, our look aheads, and our legislative update.
On April 18th, the Salt Lake City Council hosted its second Westside Council meeting at the Utah State Fair Park. Dinner from international market caterer Prime Corn and entertainment by a Polynesian music and dance group was provided as a thank you to all meeting attendees. The 7 p.m. formal meeting was a full house, with residents sharing feedback, input, and ideas directly with council members during the public comment segment of the meeting. To learn more about what issues were considered, please visit slc.gov/council. Last week, our SLC team and Home Depot volunteers worked with the Glendale Community Learning Center to fix up their community garden. We appreciate all that people and local partners like Home Depot have done to bring this vision to life for the Glendale community. Crime is down in Salt Lake City. Year to date, crime is down 15% citywide. From property crimes to violent crimes, we continue to see a noticeable reduction in crimes across most categories. Mayor Mendenhall is grateful for SLC PD officers who are working to prevent crime where possible and get dangerous criminals off the streets. Learn more at slcpd.com. Mayor Mendenhall, City Council members, and others met up at Cottonwood Park for Salt Lake City's Keep Your Cool Arbor Day Tree Festival. Urban forestry arborists led tree climbing, pruning, and watering demonstrations, and there were opportunities to participate in planting new park trees.
For this week's construction update, we're taking a look at work here happening on 200 South. And if you're expecting a joke at my personal expense, that's later.
Construction on 200 South is in full swing. Construction has started at 200 East, repairing ADA ramps and replacing flatwork. Potholing and boring is taking place between Main Street and West Temple, alternating between the north and south sides of the road, and businesses have been notified about all lane closures and impacts. Asphalt removal has also started. Learn more at the project website. We want to give a shout out to our SLC Streets crews for winning an award from the Utah Asphalt Pavement Association for their Main Street project.
For this and other updates about SLC construction, feel free to stay tuned or check slc.gov/construction. Do you guys even remember snow? I barely do. But my memory issues are a separate conversation. Up next, we talk to Shelby Polson and all the work our SLC snow fighters did in this past winter.
It's been crazy this year. We've had over double the storms that we had last year. I believe the National Weather Service reported that we received 87 inches this year compared to, I believe it was 36 last year. So it's been crazy and we've been busy. The Streets snow fighters responded to 36 storms last year and over 70 storms for this year. So over here at Streets, we have 49 plow trucks. We have 90 plow operators. We run a 24-hour rotational shift, and we plow over 1,850 lane miles. So during our call out, the snow fighters will hit their main roads. So these are main roads coming to and from the freeways, going to the hospitals. So we need to make sure those routes are cleared. That way the ambulances and firefighters can get there. And then we have our bus routes and our school routes that are our secondaries. And then after that, we'll go to our residentials and hit those last. And then I believe after a snowstorm has stopped, we have 36 hours to completely clear the roads. During the storm, especially our larger storms, the snow fighters had come in earlier than what their scheduled time was. Just that way they can be proactive, get ahead of the storm, and keep the roads cleared, especially for our morning commutes and our evening commutes. And it kept the roads safer and everyone safer in general. So when you see your snow fighters driving by, make sure that you guys are waving and showing your appreciation, because they really are working hard to keep your road safe and you safe, and that appreciation goes a long way.
Now on to this week's History Minute. Daraceras reticulatum. No, it's not a Harry Potter spell. It's the Great Garden Slug. Famous for what? Oh, it is? Oh, okay. Slug, singular, magazine. Let's take a look at the history of this local magazine.
Slug Magazine, which stands for Salt Lake Underground, was founded in 1989 by J.R. Ruppel, a reporter at the Private Eye, an early iteration of Salt Lake City Weekly. He created this magazine as a way to pay off bar tabs to local clubs and shine a spotlight on the music the rest of the media in the area was simply not paying attention to. With the help of John Saltis, this 4-page zine would launch into a countercultural institution in Salt Lake City. In 1994, Ruppel sold the magazine to Gianni Ellefson, who expanded the magazine's reach nationally. And in the year 2000, he sold it to his assistant editor, Angela Brown. Over the years, Slug became an institution of local and national music, paying attention to the kids playing in Salt Lake bars while scoring interviews with the likes of Tom Waits and Jella Biafra, among many others. Today, Slug Magazine is distributed all over Salt Lake Valley and across surrounding states in the cities that resemble Salt Lake 30 or 40 years ago, in the hopes that they can hook kids on the counterculture just like it hooked Angela Brown and many of the other writers that passed through its doors. Salt Lake City simply wouldn't be the same without it.
That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLCGov, tuning into Channel 17, or subscribing to us on YouTube. Reporting in from our Love Your Block volunteer event here at Glendale Community Learning Center, I'm Yusuf Mong. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. My name is Yusuf Mong, and this is Salt Lake City TV. On this week's episode, we sit down with somebody from Economic Development to discuss some upcoming grant applications for Sugar House Small Business. And in our History Minute, we'll be taking a look at a little-known pleasure garden in Old Salt Lake. But before we get to those, let's take a look at our look-backs, our look-aheads, and our legislative update.
dinner break, and we will get started again. We are on item number 6 of our work session, which is the 2023-24 budget for the Metropolitan Water District. We have with us Sam Owen, our council policy analyst, who will give a introduction. Annalise Muncy and Tom Godfrey, the general manager designee and the board chair for the Metro Water District. And it looks like Laura Briefer is here for questions, as well as Mary Beth Thompson, if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Metropolitan Water District of Salt Lake and Sandy treats and conveys water using a vast network of regionally coordinated supplies. Salt Lake City and Sandy are the 2 member cities for the water district. They supply water to Salt Lake City Public Utilities, which supplies it to customers of the water utility throughout Salt Lake and the county. The district anticipates major capital projects coming online in the near future. They had considered and even prepared a budget based on a proposed property tax increase. However, it's been discussed the tax proposal might be delayed, while the proposed water rate increase to member cities would remain the same at 3%, which is similar, if it's not the same, as it has been in recent past years. Anticipated bonds would also be delayed. The water rate increase of 3% is the same as the proposed budget that includes the property tax increase, so without that increase, the rate remains the same. Let's see, the last thing to say about the alternative scenario is that the district anticipates there would be at least a 1-year delay on a major conveyance resiliency project known as the Cottonwoods Connection. And that is everything, Mr. Chair. With that, I'd ask to turn it over to the district.
Thank you, Sam. Annalie or Tom?
Annalie.
Annalie, great. Thank you for being here with us.
Thanks for having us, and thanks to each of you for serving in Salt Lake City. I've really enjoyed my 16 years having the relationship with Salt Lake City Public Utilities. I have attended these council meetings in the past. I haven't presented, so this is my first. I'm excited. So as the chair noted, my name is Annalie Muncy. I'm the general manager designee. So the current general manager, Mike DeVries, is retiring next month, and I'll be replacing him. And we have with us Tom Godfrey. He's the chair of the Metropolitan Water District of Salt Lake and Sandy. He's also the president of the Provo River Water Users Association. So the district is a majority shareholder in the association, and so Tom is the president of that association. And in his spare time, he also serves as a member of the Salt Lake City Public Utilities Advisory Committee. So thank you, Tom, for being here.
And he was also the District 5 council member, too, most importantly.
And then I also want to recognize we have 2 of our Salt Lake City appointed trustees here. We have Cindy Cromer and Pat Comarell. And then we also have Laura Briefer here. We work with her and Sandy City as we talk about projects for Metro. So it's a good relationship we have with those 2 cities. We'll start with the first slide. So I'm just going to provide a review of the Metropolitan Water District of Salt Lake and Sandy, and then we'll just dive into some of the details of the budget, specifically looking at our major sources of funds as well as our uses of funds, and then provide a summary. And I'm happy to answer questions throughout or at the end, however you choose. Okay?
I think council members, if you have questions, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, that's
But
fine.
go ahead. Thank you, Annalie.
Okay. Next slide. So I love old photographs. So the Metropolitan Water District was established in 1935, and part of it was the city or the state was in the midst of a serious drought, and in order to address the water supply, thoughtful leaders in the past thought like there's more we can do to secure our water supply. And so the district became a local sponsor of the Provo River Project. This was a Bureau of Reclamation project. There's 2 parts to it. There's the dam, the Deer Creek Dam, and then there's the Aqueduct Division. And the district was the sponsor for the Aqueduct Division. And I'll give some more details, but one thing they talked about is that the terms of this agreement of the aqueduct was something that probably wouldn't be available again. And they were really, it was very true because the project back then was a construction of $8 million for a 42-mile pipeline. And it was repaid by the district interest-free to the Bureau over a 40-year term. So we don't see terms like that anymore, right? Okay, next slide. So maybe I'll back up, but so Salt Lake City was the founding member. So we were the Metropolitan Water District of Salt Lake City until 1990, and then Sandy City joined the district. So part of that is our structure change. So we have 4 council members that are appointed by this council. 5 council members that are appointed by the Salt Lake City Council, 2 by the Sandy City Council, and they serve 4-year terms that can be reappointed. Next slide. So this map shows the service area for the district. So it's the tan area. So our service area includes Salt Lake City, Sandy City, Holiday, Mill Creek, Cottonwood Heights, and some Salt Lake County unincorporated areas. And then also on a surplus basis, so when there's water available, we can also sell additional water to Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District and some irrigators and others. Next slide. So one thing I like about Metro's water supply is it's diverse, and that really supports having a reliable water supply because we're not drawing just on one resource. It has that resiliency. So our bulk of our water is through Deer Creek Reservoir, part of the Provo River project. So a full year allotment would be 61,900 acre feet. Then we also purchased 20,000 acre feet through the Central Utah project, so that water is in Jordanelle. And then we have other water rights, Little Cottonwood Creek, so those are Salt Lake City and Sandy City water rights, so we treat that water on their behalf, and then we have these other smaller, so a total of over 108,000 acre feet. And then in the future, we do have this Central Utah project, which is strawberry water, so again, it's a completely different water system, but currently Salt Lake City, we're getting 3,100 acre feet there, and we have the potential for another 2,500 in 2031.
I just want to point something out, like with the Provo River project, Deer Creek, those 61,000 acre feet, we don't use all those in a year. And so we have what we call holdover water. And we kind of plan ahead. We know how much water the 2 cities are going to take per year. And we can usually anticipate that we will have X amount of holdover water, which can usually supply us for the following year. So in this drought situation, that's a good way for us to balance out that we have enough water to take care of both cities during these difficult times.
And this is water that like literally physically exists. It's not just the rights to water.
And that's with like a full allocation, if it's 100% full.
Okay.
You know, like which will happen this year.
Okay, but if it's not 100% full, we may not get that full allocation.
That's
then
right.
we cut back.
Okay.
So on yours, so the Provo River Water Users Association will tell their shareholders what their allotment's going to be for the year based on water supply. But the nice thing about in 1935 when they decided to have this project is that it's a reservoir, right? It can store the water. So when we have those years where we've had with drought, we can store that water that we're not using. And so where with Little Cottonwood Creek, there isn't a reservoir, so we either take it when it's available or it's lost. Does that make sense?
Oh, so some of these can hold over, others cannot.
Yes, some can hold over and some cannot. Exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you. Next slide. So I wanted to go over some of the key facilities that really support Salt Lake Valley. So kind of the backbone, our water treatment plant is the Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant, and it gets its name because it's based right at the right along the Little Cottonwood Creek. It was originally constructed in 1960, so if you've been there, you've seen the nice retro designs. But it was originally a 100 million gallons a day plant, and we expanded that in part of the Metro Water project. So we expanded the Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant, and we built a second water treatment plant. So the plant on the right is the point of the Mountain Water Treatment Plant, and it's located in Draper. And
They've all been there.
Have you been to both of them? Fantastic.
Taken them all there.
Fantastic. So it's a smaller plant. It's 70 million gallons a day. But the nice thing is having 2 plants is obviously we can shut one down and work on the other. And this plant really functions during the high peak demand in the summer when people are using a lot of water outdoors. Next slide. So we have the 2 treatment plants, and then we have 2 pipelines that supply the water to those plants. So the Salt Lake Aqueduct, I love this picture, the gentleman standing on top of the aqueduct, not super safety conscious, but this pipeline, as we noted, was finished in 1951. They're 20-foot sections, so if you've been to our Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant, you've seen one of those sections on display. That is the pipeline that's delivering the bulk of the water to this valley. So it's a 1950 reinforced concrete pipeline, 69-inch inside diameter, that runs from the base of Deer Creek Dam, down Provo Canyon, along the Wasatch Front, and then it basically ends, its terminus is at 33rd South off of 215. You've seen that big reservoir there, excuse me. So we do conditional assessments on the Salt Lake Aqueduct. It is performing well. The concern is, how do we make it earthquake resilient, right? Recognizing the design in the 1940s is very different than today with steel pipe. So the point of the Mountain Aqueduct, when we built the plant in Draper, we needed a pipeline to connect the 2 plants. So that's the point of the Mountain Aqueduct. It obviously is a steel pipe, has 12 miles of 60-inch diameter pipe, and then there's a small section that goes along the frontage road of 2.5 miles of 84-inch pipe. Next slide.
Is this water pressurized?
It's all gravity fed. That's what's amazing. However, we do have a pump, so if we want to send water from Little Cottonwood to Point of the Mountain, then there is that pumping capabilities.
Right, I remember. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Which is amazing, right? The engineering there that clear up Provo Canyon, it's gravity flowing to our plant. So the other one, so the terminal reservoir, as I noted, you can kind of see right by 215. It was the original reservoir was completed in 1950. We did a project to basically demolish it in stages and rebuild it. So now there's no fear of flooding the people below it if there were some type of earthquake, excuse me. And it has the design capacity of 48 million. So that's a great facility that supports Salt Lake City's water supply and fire supply, water for fire. And then maybe you're not as familiar with is we are actually owners in the Jordan Aqueduct system. So that provides water to the northwest quadrant of Salt Lake City. So similar route, it's coming down, but then it heads west at kind of the prison. And they have a treatment plant in Bluffdale. And so the district owns 2/7 of the treatment plant, of the aqueduct, and they also have a reservoir. And so any operations or maintenance or capital for their facilities, we're paying 2/7 of those costs. Okay. Next slide. So that's basically the overview. Are there any questions about the district?
Council members, any questions? No,
Okay.
great overview so far.
So now we'll get into the budget, the numbers. Okay. Next slide. So these are our sources of funds, and I represented 2 different pies. So the pie on the left represents what our distribution of revenue is if we are not to increase our certified tax rate. So again, the bulk of our revenue does come from water sales to the 2 member cities, and then we collect about 20% of our revenue through property taxes, 34% from assessments. So the assessments are part of that Metro Water project when we built the water treatment plant and the new pipeline and made those improvements to the Little Cottonwood Water Treatment Plant. So those will end at some point, but that's just kind of the member cities' repayment. And then we have a few miscellaneous revenue. The pie on the right shows if we were to increase our certified tax rate, which is what's in our current tentative budget, then that property tax revenue does get a little bit bigger, right? It goes from 20% to 29%. And we'll go through more of the presentation to talk about those differences. Next slide. So as Sam mentioned, our budget includes a 3% water rate increase to our member cities. So for Salt Lake City, that's about $17 million. Sandy, a little over $6.6 million. We are also increasing the water rate to our non-member entities. So those that we're selling on a surplus basis, they're also getting an increase. And the nice thing is when the water is available, like on a surplus basis, then any revenue we receive helps offset the member city costs. And then we do have this fixed water rate, which supports a conjunctive water use. So we're really encouraging utilization of surface water when it's available and really resting those groundwater aquifers and supplies. And for us and for the member cities, it provides predictability for them as far as their budgets and for us as far as knowing how much revenue we'll be receiving.
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Dugan.
On the rate and cost increase, how much of a factor do you put in for conservation moving forward, or do you just do a flat usage by per capita moving?
Yeah, so that's kind of the fixed rate. So we just so it doesn't take into conservation. It's
so if we but if you use less, you're going to have less income.
So we just determine, and maybe Laura could comment, but it's just a set dollar amount that we're going to charge, and we charge 1/12 of that every month, whether they use the water or not.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
So whether we use it or not.
Yes.
This is wholesale, right? So we are going to pay, Salt Lake City is going to pay the 17 million no matter what. That's where the rate increases on our bills, but that's set by us. Yeah.
Yeah, great question. I hope I answered that correctly for you. Next slide. So this is a little review of the property tax. So when I started in 2007, a year later, we did our first certified tax rate increase for a long time. So it's been 15 years for us. And at that time in 2008, we set the rate to the 00035. And maybe as reference, the Metropolitan Water District can set up to a 00005. So we're still well below what we can raise it to. So during that time, the rate has eroded as the value of property rates, the value of properties has increased. So Salt Lake City's current tax rate is 00212, which is about 8.6 million. And so the tentative budget does propose an increase or reestablishment of that 00035. So we tried to show in the chart here is what does that mean to a property owner. So we looked at the taxable home value for Salt Lake City and Sandy City. So for someone in Salt Lake City, the taxable home value, the annual increase to that property owner would be $43.72. Next slide. So we have looked at property taxes twice. So we did a comprehensive analysis in 2015, and we really wanted to understand what would happen if we lost the ability to levy a property tax, and who are the winners and the losers in that, because obviously some entities do not pay property tax and some do. So if you put it all in water rates. So we did an extensive evaluation, and then it was updated just recently in 2023. And we really wanted to consider the financial impacts to the district if the property tax revenues were eliminated. We also wanted to look, what does that translate to our member cities as far as how do we make up that difference? So what would be the impact to Salt Lake City and Sandy City? And then really looking at the impacts to various types of customers to see which land use types will pay more and which are going to pay less. Because in summary, we collect about 11.7 million in property tax. So if we can't, if property taxes are eliminated, then we have to make that up with water rates. Next slide. So one of the questions we've had is, well, why property taxes for water? One thing is it is a stable, predictable source of revenue, and I'm sure you're familiar with that as being a city. It also provides that mechanism for revenue fairness, so that all properties are paying into the infrastructure, not just those that are benefiting from right now, but those in the future as well. So it's equally distributing, I guess, the cost of the infrastructure. The revenue source for necessary infrastructure when water sales revenue from such infrastructure is unavailable. And then because we're below the certified rate, if we needed additional revenue, then we can generate that by raising the property tax rate to fund those unanticipated emergencies. It also provides us, it bolsters our good bond ratings. So as we meet with rating agencies and they're looking at our revenue sources, they like to see that there is a portion, not all, but a portion of our revenue that does come from this stable source of revenue. And then it helps finance redevelopment agency community improvements as well. Next slide.
When you say redevelopment agency, does the district have its, like, what does that mean?
So any of the RDAs through Salt Lake
Like
City.
our RDA?
Yes, your RDAs.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Are collecting a portion, right, that for those redevelopment.
Okay, I'm getting it. Thanks.
So recognizing the budget constraints of our member cities, our board is looking at a revenue alternative for fiscal year 25. So if the certified tax rate, if we decided not to increase that this year, we didn't get the council's approval, then we're looking at an alternative for 2025. And this alternative was presented, we presented 3 alternatives to the Salt Lake City Public Utilities Advisory Committee, and this is the alternative that they supported, and that's what I want to share with this council tonight. So if we delayed raising if we adjusted our current tentative budget, then in fiscal year 25, we're proposing to have that increase of the property tax to 0.0035. And with that, we could maintain the 3% water rate increases. So if there's not a property tax, then we would need to increase water rates. But with the property tax, we could maintain it, as well as we're proposing to delay the Cottonwoods Connection project until fiscal year 25. So all 3 of those things we're proposing for fiscal year 25 in lieu of doing them in this current fiscal year.
Wait, so the water rate increase to the 3% rate increase was proposed and is still proposed?
Yes, it's
under
still
this scenario.
proposed.
The 2 things that are delayed are the Cottonwood Connection project and the property tax.
That's correct.
Rate. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Next slide. So those are our sources of funds, and then hopefully this uses of funds will help you understand why we need to generate some revenue. So we have ongoing operations and maintenance that I'll review. We have capital projects for our own infrastructure, as well as has costs from other agencies. So a lot of those sources from other entities, there's costs associated with those. And then I'll go over our debt service. Next slide. So these are our key O&M components. So maybe just to help you give a perspective on the district, we have 74 full-time equivalents, so we're a fairly small organization. We are proposing to add 2 new FTEs as well as a 7% overall COLA merit increase for employees' wages. As a major shareholder in the Provo River Water Users Association, we have annual commitments to them. So in fiscal year 24, there's a $4.2 million expense. And then we have employee benefits that are seeing a 7.6% increase, chemicals that are used in our water treatment. A lot of that is based on some of the supply chain shortages, so those are going up overall almost 13%. And then just general contract services, utilities. The administrative fees are the fees that we pay as part of the 20,000 acre feet of water from the Central Utah Project. So that water that's in Jordanelle Reservoir, those are part of the fees we pay to them. And then we have obviously just general insurance. I'm sure you're experiencing similar things with property insurance and liability, those rates going up. Next slide. So this slide kind of highlights some of those big capital costs and costs from other agencies that are kind of initiating that need for more revenue. So the Cottonwoods Connection project is a project that's going to address aging infrastructure, and specifically what we're proposing, or the plan is, to do a parallel pipeline from the Salt Lake to our Salt Lake Aqueduct, and that aqueduct is going to connect the little Cottonwood water treatment plant with the big Cottonwood water treatment plant, which is the Salt Lake City Public Utilities facility, because the Salt Lake City has a plan to rebuild the big Cottonwood, and so this project will connect those 2 plants so that we can treat big Cottonwood water on their behalf while they're rebuilding the big Cottonwood water treatment plant. And then in the future, when we need to make repairs to the little Cottonwood water treatment plant, then the big Cottonwood treatment plant would be able to treat some of our supplies. So it's this really nice conjunctive use where we're working together. That is estimated to be a $34.4 million project. So the district's obligation will be about $2.2 million a year.
There's some pressure on us to do our work first before Salt Lake City can replace the big Cottonwood water treatment plant. And that's what kind of generated our movement towards this property tax, because we had to get our work done. But then we found out Salt Lake City was going to delay the big Cottonwood treatment plant. and that gave us a breather. So that's why we can put everything back to 25.
So we can put it back, but it definitely is a project that we want to complete in the future. The Deer Creek Dam intake project really is probably one of the most critical projects out there. That dam was built, completed in 1941. They have original infrastructure in the intake for that dam, and so as a majority shareholder, our portion to repay that project is going to be $1.2 million going forward. And then as our relationship with Jordan Valley, they also have, like I mentioned, a water treatment plant. They're doing a lot of improvements to their sedimentation basins. So our portion, our 2/7 portion is that $4.3 million. And then the Central Utah project, they have OM&R costs, and that's related to our investment in the Central Utah project. So like I said, the connection project is something that's important for us, but then we have these other entities that they're all important, but their costs impact our budgets. Next slide. And this kind of just shows with Central Utah, and I believe it was highlighted in the staff report that you received, that we are receiving these escalating increases from Central Utah related to that Central Utah project water. You know, from 2017 to now, it is a big increase. And we're trying to work with them to understand those costs, but they have the same thing. They have aging infrastructure, and it's kind of a common theme in water nowadays. Next slide. As I mentioned, we have a current bond rating of AA+ through S&P and Fitch, and with the potential change to our tentative budget, we don't anticipate any new debt in fiscal year 24, but when we do start the Cottonwoods Connection project, we will have to do some funding for that. So right now we have bonding for that project that would happen in fiscal year 25 with the delay start of the connection project.
And your bonds are different than like a voter-approved GO bond. You'll get the bond, and then you have to make that up with your budgets in some way or another, but the proposal is through property tax increase. Am I understanding that right?
That's right. Okay. And we're proposing because it is a capital project. We want to use our O&M, our water rates to fund all of our O&M expenses, but use property taxes for those infrastructure and critical projects.
Okay.
So we're proposing an increase now and then an additional one in 25?
That was the original proposal, from what I understood.
Okay.
Yeah, so our tentative budget...
The rate increase stays, but the property tax increase is getting delayed.
Thank you. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
the current tentative budget has it, but based on feedback and knowing there's a delay, as Tom mentioned in the project, we can push that back a year because we don't need to fund the project this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been a little confusing for us too.
It's because we had it out there tentative, and then we've got this other feedback. But thanks, great question. I think this is my last slide. So this is our budget process. So in March, we usually do a work session where we talk about what we're showing for our budget. In April, our board approves our tentative budget, so that happened last month. Next Monday, we actually have our public hearing for our tentative budget, and that's where we have these meetings with both of the councils to share our budget. In June, we usually approve our budget, which has to be done by June 22nd, unless we're going to increase our certified tax rate, and then that happens in August. And maybe just a little brief history. So the state statute did change in 2015, and so now for Metro to raise our certified tax rate, we do have to get approval from the legislative bodies that appointed our trustees. So that's what's different when we did it in 2008. We still presented it to this council, but we didn't have to get your approval. Does that make sense? But now with the change in the code, we do need to get both councils' approval. So it's either you both approve it or you both don't approve it. We can't split it. And so one thing we've talked about is we would like to get, before this whole budget process starts next year, maybe like January, February, have a meeting with members from both councils so we can get direction, like where are the councils going to go? Are they going to approve a tax rate or not? So we don't have this confusion that we're having this year. And it's just been a new process for us, so we really appreciate the patience of this council as we work through this. It's just been new to us, and then just want to appreciate.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Councilmember Pui. I think that's
Thank you.
right?
I have a quick question. It was said that either both councils approve it or both councils don't approve it. What happens in the scenario that one does and the other doesn't? My guess is it doesn't go.
Do you want to
Just move forward.
I posed that to our attorneys within the last week. And in fact, my proposal was, what if, say, Salt Lake City approved it and Sandy didn't? And in my mind, then we would have to raise Sandy's water rates commensurate with what Salt Lake City was paying. And our attorneys went back and looked, and the conclusion was both cities have to do it. If one doesn't do it, it doesn't happen. It can't go forward. So, does that help?
Thank you.
So there does have to be consensus, yes.
And it's possible that it could happen through raising water rates to both member cities, but that would be, you said that's worse for the bond market? Or am I understanding that right? The bond.
So we can, when we looked at the scenario, and I didn't provide these numbers in this presentation, but if we didn't do the certified tax rate, then the water rate increases would be about 13.5% for 3 years before it could kind of stable out. So this would be, so those are kind of the options, and that's where we'd want to get feedback from the councils earlier in the process so we know if they're like, no, we don't want to raise property taxes, then we're going to be going ahead with a water rate increase. But if property tax is okay, then we'll maintain the 3% water rate that we've been forecasting to the member cities.
Laura, I'd also like to know, in the event of that, what does that do to our plans, our capacity, and all of that? And I'd like to understand the ripple effect of the two cities not coming to a consensus, and make sure that we all understand the totality of what we're dealing with as we enter into deliberations around this next year.
Our problem is that we have to do these projects. I mean, we have to supply the water. And if we don't get it through the property tax increase, then we have to get it through the water rate increase. We will get the money. And I think it's easier, when we presented it to Salt Lake Public Utilities Advisory Board, one of our bankers that said, this is a no-brainer. Property tax is the easiest way to go for folks. But it's the timing of it. This may not be the right time this year.
Because if the projects don't happen, residents stop getting water.
Pardon?
If the projects don't happen, residents stop getting water.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Well, like I said, there's some projects that we don't control. They're other entities, and so we still need to fund those other projects, right? The Deer Creek intake project is going forward, and they're having a kickoff on
their
Thursday.
boards get to
So
choose
there's
that.
still those other entities that this property tax will help support those expenses as well.
Director Laura Briefer from Salt Lake City Public Utilities.
Yes, I just really briefly, the question about cascading impacts is really an important question, because what happens when other entities like Metro raise rates, we have to pass those rates along to our constituents, our customers, and we only have so much capacity to do so. And one result of that would be that the city further delays other infrastructure projects so that we have some rate reliability on the system. And this goes to the broader statewide conversation that we're having right now, and I'm serving on the Senate Bill 34 working group with the Utah Water Task Force to really evaluate and understand what would happen if property taxes could not be used to fund water. What are those cascading impacts to retail providers like us or municipalities? It's an important question. So thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any other questions? Is there any things that you need direction from us today?
I mean, I think we have your approval to adapt to delay the property tax. Is that correct?
I think I'm seeing yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then kind of that alternative where I presented where these things would happen in fiscal year 25. Is that how the council supports that? Okay.
I'm seeing a lot of head nods, so
Head
I
nods?
believe
Okay.
yes.
Hopefully I've answered all your questions.
Thank you for being flexible and for helping us prepare for next year.
So that was my last slide, and if there's any other things I could answer for this council.
And we are sorry for the angst that we have caused the council staff on this one.
It's not how I wanted to
You
start
all are
my
so low on the
career.
angst index today. You're good.
But excellent questions, and yeah, we just appreciate this council and all that you do to serve Salt Lake City.
And I usually put in a plea to invite all of you out for the tour, but you've all been there, except for Councilmember Pui, who I hear, and we'll be looking for you this summer.
Go take the tour. It's very interesting.
Heard his address. We'll make you a water nerd one day, I promise.
Thank you for the presentation.
All I want in life.
Thank you so much.
All right.
It's good to see you.
Thank you.
All of you. All right, we're moving on to item number 7 on our agenda. That is budget amendment number 6 for fiscal year 2022-23 follow-up. We have discussed this a couple times, but we are not done. We have Ben Ludke from our council budget policy staff and Mary Beth Thompson, the city's chief financial officer, here to discuss this.
I'll pick up where we left off last week. So we got through over half the items, and there were 2 straw polls taken on urgent items. We are currently on item A9. That's on page 10 of the staff report. This item is a request for $635,000 from general fund balance. Of that amount, $135,000 would go to the fleet fund. All of the funding is for natural gas cost increases. The reason $135,000 would go to the fleet fund is the city does have over 60 vehicles powered by compressed natural gas. The other $500,000 is to pay for the heat that goes to the largest city facilities. The base ongoing budget for natural gas is $565,000. So with the additional funding, it would be over $1.2 million. This is more than doubling the cost for natural gas in the city. Most of the city's facilities are funded through Dominion, just like most of the residences in the city. For the largest city facilities, the city uses a wholesale contract through the state, through BP, British Petroleum. Historically, that has saved taxpayers' funds because it accesses lower prices on the wholesale market. That was not the experience this winter. The wholesale vendor experienced price increases and fully passed them on to customers, including the city. This resulted in large price spikes each month of this winter, and since it was a longer than usual winter, the bill was higher as well. In January alone, the price increased more than 6-fold. The administration is looking at alternative contract arrangements to lock in a price for a longer term so that there are not these large surprise price spikes on a month-to-month basis in future winters. I also wanted to point out from the CIP perspective, the city has made investments in increasing the energy efficiency of HVACs, boilers, and building heating. There's always going to be more room to improve that, but there are some recent investments. But even with those, we were still hit with a much larger than expected bill. In the annual budget, you will see an increase in funding for natural gas. We're hoping the prices, which have come down since this winter, but they're still elevated over historical averages, we're hoping the increased funding in the annual budget will be enough for the next winter. That takes us to A10, a request for $35,000 from general fund balance for ranked choice voting, public education, and outreach. There's also a $40,000 request you'll see in the annual budget for the same thing. The reason you're seeing it in both is the outreach is beginning now, assuming you approve this item. And the annual budget funding will be from July until the November 7th election. the funding in this budget amendment is until the end of the fiscal year on June 30th. The city will be having elections in council districts 2, 4, 6, and the mayoral race. Some of those voters did not experience ranked choice voting in the last election cycle, so this will be their first time going through the new election method. That's one of the reasons there's the extra request for education and outreach. We already did A11. That was one of the urgent items that was straw polled at the last briefing. A12, a request for $27,000 for updating 3 sections of the city's impact fees plan. The $27,000 is divided 3 ways equally. $9,000 from parks impact fees, $9,000 from fire impact fees, and $9,000 from police. Those are the 3 sections of the plan to be updated. Updating the impact fee plan is fully eligible for impact fees, so that's why that's the funding source. The administration anticipates transmitting the fire and police updates for the council's consideration first. That would be next fiscal year. The update to the parks section is expected to be delayed. The department is currently putting together a 5-year capital asset strategic plan. So there's the recently adopted Reimagine Nature master plan, like a 20-year vision for the city's public lands. The strategic asset plan would be an interim, more of a 5-year prioritization of the capital projects envisioned in the 20-year plan.
Which number are we on right now, Ben? A11?
A12.
Okay, thank you.
A11 was done at the last briefing because it was one of the urgent items.
Thank you.
If there's no questions on the impact fee plan update, I'll go to A13. This is a request for flood mitigation funding. When the transmittal was first sent, it was before the spring runoff had really begun. $500,000 was requested. Since then, the request has increased to $1 million. Most of that would come from general fund balance, $736,000. The remaining $263,000 would be recaptured from unused funding that was originally approved for NBA All-Star activation. That takes us to A14. This is a request. Yes.
And real quick, so what we're saying that these funds are just being reallocated because we recognize that we have them and this is the need. This is not at all the totality of what we're going to need for flood mitigation.
The last I heard, the $1 million is expected to be enough.
Okay.
We hope so.
Okay. Thanks.
On that note, if the budget amendment is still open, say later this month, if something did occur, the council could add an item or add funding to this item to address those impacts. Otherwise, it would need to be in the annual budget or a budget amendment next fiscal year. On A14, it's a request to use $18.6 million from ARPA for revenue replacement in the general fund. This is broken into 6 parts. Most of them are items the council previously approved and funded with ARPA. And instead, the funding source is proposed to be switched away from ARPA. So those items include $4 million transferred to the RDA for the West Side Community Initiative for property acquisition. This is the item we talked about earlier in the afternoon, where the board approved that single item in the RDA budget amendment. This is the corresponding item in the general fund budget. The other items that would be switched from ARPA to general fund as the funding source, $2 million transferred to Public Utilities Storm Water Fund. These are local matching funds to a state grant.
Ben, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you don't mind, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Of course.
And we will be right back in just a second. Thank you. I apologize. We are back from recess. Ben and Mary Beth, please please accept our apologies, but let's continue with budget amendment number 6.
We were on item A14, Mr. Chair. This is the 18.6 million from ARPA for revenue replacement in the general fund. I was going through the 6 individual items that make up the $18.6 million. Most of these are switching the funding source from ARPA to general fund. There's the $4 million to the RDA, the $2 million to public utilities as a local match to a state grant. That's for the new water reclamation facility. There's a separate $2 million for local nonprofit assistance grants. These are being administered by the Housing Stability Division in Cannes. They're separate from the other $2 million for business assistance grants that Economic Development is administering. There's also $500,000 being transferred to CIP for renovations to the annex building. The annex building is city-owned. It is leased to Odyssey House for their substance abuse treatment program targeted at single fathers. There's also $103,000 for equipment for the rapid intervention team. So all of those items are switching funding sources. The remaining $10 million would drop to general fund balance and be available for use in the annual budget. One of the benefits of this approach is switching the funding to general fund is it reduces the administrative workload over the next year, well, actually probably a few years, to track, monitor, and report compliance to the U.S. Treasury. This will also use almost the maximum allowed amount of ARPA for revenue replacement in the general fund. If this item is approved, plus the next item, which had a separate briefing last week, the $10 million from ARPA to a nonprofit affordable housing developer for the Perpetual Housing Fund, those 2 items, if they're both approved, there would be almost no ARPA funding left for next fiscal year. That doesn't mean it would all be spent. It means that it would all be budgeted. The current deadline for ARPA funds to be obligated, according to the Treasury, is the end of calendar year 2024. That's for it to be obligated, so like under a contract for a specific use. And then there's an additional, I think it's like 20 months to actually spend the funds and get it out of the account.
So if, when you say there would be nothing left to budget in fiscal year 2024, we would only have 6 months, if we were to save some for fiscal year 2025, we would only have 6 calendar months to spend that. So, am I saying that right?
If you wanted to budget in 2025, you couldn't because it needs, well, you could, but you'd have to have 6 months. You're right. 6 months, December 2024, you'd have to have it obligated. So encumbered.
What I'm getting at is it's probably good that we are allocating it all in this fiscal year.
It does.
And not saving any for the next fiscal year because of the deadlines. That seems like a good idea to me. Yeah. Okay, so that sounds good. Thank you.
Those are all of the items in Section A. There are 6 items in Section D that are all related to impact fees I wanted to point out for the council. This starts with item D3. And a reminder to the council that CIP and impact fees were transferred from the CAN department to the finance department earlier this fiscal year. The team in finance that is working on impact fees has reviewed several years of expenditures, and these 6 items they identified. Most of these are reimbursements, as well as catching an error from a previous fiscal year. So D3, it's a reimbursement using parks impact fees to the surplus land fund. This is for a purchase of 2 parcels near the regional athletic complex back in 2019. That purchase was eligible for parks impact fees, but it was funded from the surplus land fund. So this item will reimburse the surplus land fund with parks impact fees for that prior purchase.
And the surplus land fund is more flexible than parks impact fees?
Much.
Thanks.
The next item is D4. This is $2.2 million of fire impact fees, and it would be split into two parts. $1.7 million to the CIP fund, and those funds, the $1.7 million, would be used to pay the debt service on the bond that built or paid to build Fire Station 3 and Fire Station 14. Those are fully eligible for fire impact fees to pay that debt. The remaining $500,000 would go to the general fund and be used for the next item. This $2.2 million of fire impact fees, the reason it can be used is the city's impact fee plan has identified earlier investments that were paid by the general fund. So the general fund in our current impact fee plan has $4.7 million of past projects that the general fund paid for that could have been paid with fire impact fees. So this $2.2 million is acknowledging those past investments and reimbursing the general fund for those expenses. This is called a excess capacity, is the legal jargon. The city has used this approach once before with police impact fees. The $500,000 I mentioned going to the general fund, that is going to be used in item D5. There were two projects in CIP. One is the Logistics Center, or Fire Logistics Center, and renovation of the old Fire Station 14. Renovation of the old fire station was eligible for fire impact fees. $500,000 was appropriated. The other project, the Fire Logistics Facility, was not eligible, but the ineligible project was funded with the fire impact fees. So this item corrects that mistake by using the $500,000 in the general fund to reimburse fire impact fees for the error earlier. That takes us to D6. This is another reimbursement. It's $100,000 of parks impact fees to reimburse the CIP cost overrun account. This is the account, so if a project goes a little bit over budget, the administration can pull the funding from this account. So instead of coming back to the council in a budget opening, this provides flexibility to get those projects across the finish line when they just need a little more funding. So that cost overrun account contributed $100,000 to the Fisher Mansion Carriage House. That was fully eligible for parks impact fees, and this will reimburse the cost overrun account with $100,000 of parks impact fees. D7, this is $129,000 that's been sitting in a CIP fund for several years. It was originally appropriated for a East Side police precinct. This is the only eligible expense in the city's impact fee plan for police impact fees. The funding is not enough to move the project forward, and there's not currently plans to use it, so it's recapturing those funds and putting it into the surplus land fund. The last item, D8. This is also police impact fees. It's $237,000 of expired police impact fees. When impact fees are not spent within 6 years, state law requires that they be returned with interest to the entity that originally paid them. This refund is unclaimed. The entity, for whatever reason, did not come back to claim them. Since that hasn't happened, they're no longer subject to the 6-year spending clock. They are still limited to be spent on uses identified in the city's impact fee plan. So the $237,000, this would be recapturing them for future use, but they're still limited until that section of the impact fee plan is updated by the council. Those are all the items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ben. Mary Beth, do you have anything to add? Councilmembers, do you have any questions on that? Okay. Ben, can you remind us of the expected or requested adoption date and schedule for these?
Thank you for the reminder. Based on information today, the council could adopt 4 urgent items next Tuesday at the formal meeting on May 16th. So this would be the $4 million transfer to the RDA, which is the corresponding item that you adopted in the RDA budget amendment. It would also be the 2 urgent items you straw polled last week. It's the environmental assessment funding related to the Redwood Road former landfill site for the tiny home village, and the natural gas price increase. Since those bills have already been incurred, it would be helpful if that item could be voted on with these other urgent items. Thank you. The 4th item was Advantage Services, the mobile clean team. So if the council is comfortable, we can have those 4 items listed for adoption next Tuesday, and then the remaining items could be voted on later in the fiscal year, probably June 13th.
Which is similar to when we will adopt the 24 budget.
Same night.
Same night is when we will adopt. Council members, any questions? All right. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Mary Beth.
Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into a closed session if possible for legal advice from our counsel. Is that the correct motion?
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Council Member Valdemoros, a second from Council Member Petro. Any discussion of this motion? Okay, I'll roll call. Councilmember Wharton?
Yes.
Councilmember Petro?
Yes.
Councilmember Valdemoros?
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yes.
Do we have Councilmember Pui with us?
I am here. I abstain.
Let's say that again. Abstain. Okay, and I'm a yes. That passes 5-0 with 1 abstention and 1 absence. And we will be entering into closed session, and we will return to. Okay, and we will return to work session at the conclusion of closed session.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to confirm that we were staying in the same link. Are you planning to return to work session after the closed session? Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We only have 2 items left on our agenda, and those are report and announcements of the executive director, of which there are none, and report and announcements of the chair and vice chair, of which there is 1, and I will read that now. This is a statement. As a body, we would like to address the recent news regarding Councilwoman Amy Fowler and the allegations against her. We very much appreciate her statement during our council meeting earlier today. We believe elected officials are accountable to the public they serve. Councilwoman Fowler is taking immediate actions, including stepping down from her leadership role as Redevelopment Agency RDA Vice Chair for the year and stepping back from some of her public duties for 30 days as a councilwoman to focus on this personal matter. We believe it is important to recognize that as humans, council members make mistakes and errors. We also believe in extending compassion and grace to all individuals, including our council colleagues, at times like this. We want to be clear that as the City Council, we consider the safety and well-being of the public our utmost priority. During this process, we remain committed to transparency and serving the residents of Salt Lake City to the best of our ability. District 7 constituents can still count on support and representation from Councilwoman Fowler and the full council during her absence. As always, residents may reach the council office at 801-535-7600 or council.comments@slcgov.com. We will continue to inform the public of any developments regarding this matter. Thank you. And with that, our meeting is adjourned.